Hello, everyone, and welcome to another horrific review. Flea and I are back as we continue our look into horror anime with Season 1 of Elfin Lied. Two university students come across a seemingly harmless girl called Lucy, unaware that she's actually a mutant serial killer with a split personality. Welcome back, buddy. Apologies for the technical difficulties. We're going through a few things in the background and they didn't work, so
It's me causing trouble again. Everybody should be used to this by now.
well, that means that because I had to switch over, the wrong links went out in social media, so people mightn't find us there afterwards. So surprise, we were live.
It's like welcome. Who'd have thought it?
Ah, dear. Right. So we decided rather than do a couple of episodes at a time that we'll just smash through this because, yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. It's kind of like you just wanted to finish watching it all, didn't you? As soon as possible.
Yeah, that was it basically.
Yeah.
Like, it's one of them ones. It's like, nah, I can't only do because I was going to end up doing like 5 episodes and then it'd be another 2 streams or something, and then it's like, and then we're talking about all the other stuff we need to watch. So I'm also thinking like, this is going to take forever.
It's not going well so far because it's kind of like Perfect Blue, and you're like, yeah, I really enjoyed that. That was really good. Okay, let's try this Lovecraft thing. That was amazing. That was really, really good. Elfin Lied. I really enjoyed it. I've got to find something now that you're going to go, what was this shit? What have you forced me to watch? I will find something. I will find something eventually.
There's always going to be something. There's probably some.
I promise you, there are some terrible things out there.
Right. At least you found us, Chris. We're switching to a new system, and yeah, it's not working. So I need to go back to the old one. Then I'm going to switch to the new one. We'll get it figured out. Teething trouble. But here, don't tell me StreamYard actually going to, because I'm leaving it, is actually going to behave itself. That's been messing up my mic like nobody's business lately. And all sorts. And then they want the double prices. It's like, nah, you're toast. No, I'm pretty sure there'll be an awful one come along. There's some I've tried to watch. Usually when it was on Amazon Prime, a lot of them are absolutely terrible.
Amazon.
Yeah, but that's, you know what I mean, they pick all the crap ones. Netflix can be hit or miss.
That's just it's a lot. It's like Elfin Lied's quite old. And good God, Elfin Lied's nearly. Nope. It is. Elfin Lied is 20 years old. It's like, so this is like horror anime from 20 years ago. And it's
Probably
like
explains why it's not messing about.
A lot of the modern stuff that's appearing in the West that the West has had something to do with are really, really, really bad.
Yeah, well, sure. There's a whole thing going on with the translators and everything else. Just even the text, not just the voice actors, but the text. They're actually putting their own words in.
Yeah,
deliberately and boast about it.
A lot of the companies the companies in Japan have stopped doing that. They're going to start providing their own English subtitles.
Yeah, so well done.
Which is good, because it's like you can. It's like even if you just watch the occasional one and you pick up the occasional word, you'll be like, hang on a minute, that's not what she said, or that's not what he said. Well, that's not what that means.
Yeah. Even I knew in the workplace, you don't do things like that because that's how you quickly talk yourself out of a job.
Yeah.
I mean, you do the job you're given and you put everything else to the side. But for some reason, in the entertainment industry, especially over in Dumyankistan, they freaking think they can do their own thing and dictate terms. And especially Southern California. What America needs to do is put a border along California and not let any of them out. That's their problem.
Apparently, there's a risk that in the future, because of the San Andreas Fault, eventually California is just going to like fall off the edge of America and become its own separate little island.
That would not be a terrible thing. I was hoping maybe fall off the end of the earth, or the big sinkhole, but
It's going to fall
Yeah,
off the Earth, the solar system.
those people annoy me. Honestly, it's just the arrogance.
A lot of it's not. Its thing is though, it's not. It's not America itself that is stopping like these. I'm gonna. Do you know what I'm gonna call them terrorist subbers. It's not America. It's actually like fans have complained, and it's like the people, studios, anime studios like Trigger, Sabu, Warner Brothers does a lot of anime. They've picked up on what the fans are saying. They've looked into it, and they've turned around to the people who are releasing these. They've turned around to people like Netflix, Amazon, Hulu, Crunchyroll, places like that, and they've turned around and said, no. If you don't stop this, we're not going to license our product to you. And if you stream anime as a living, you're not going to do very well if you've got no anime to stream.
This is true, and as we're seeing now, the anime is felt like manga is filling the comic book shelves in physical form, the books.
It is. It's true.
Anime is taking over the animation industry because
it's like my local bookshop. My local bookshop had like a wall of graphic novels. It's like a wall of graphic novels and like a shelf of manga. Now it has a shelf of graphic novels and an entire wall of manga. It's like the amount of graphic novels it's disappeared. Nobody seems to be releasing graphic novels anymore. It's all manga.
Yeah, because I've stopped collecting graphic novels. The only ones I'm collecting at the moment are Judge Dredd, the old ones.
Yeah,
I'm not touching the new stuff. Once I started putting all the current crap, which the whole point of escapism is to give your head a break from it and listen to it.
Yeah. Judge Dredd, as it was never going to survive. Never going to survive. I mean,
God, no. But then again, they missed the whole point of the satire. They're missing the whole satire of the thing. It's not trying to say this is good. It's just saying it's the way it is.
This is
That's a possibility. I don't get people's. I just don't get the mentality. It's driving me nuts. At this point, you may as well just stick on a news channel 24 hours a day, because that's all you're getting in media and everything else, and it's really pissing me off.
Yeah, I think back when I read 2000 AD, I started seeing the change of Judge Dredd.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's kind of like it's still readable, but it's like it's nowhere. It's nothing like it used to be. And it's kind of like it's one of those things. It's like it'd be nice if they went to the old style of Dredd, but I don't think they ever will. It's
not they need to clear house. You know, a lot of companies need to go bust and clear house, but they're at least with the manga and the Japanese companies, at least they've twigged on quickly what these idiots are up to and are putting a stop to it, because it's just winding me up. I'm sick and tired of not having escapism.
Yeah, it's like I know there's been all this thing in America about inclusivity and how like if you're doing a comic or a cartoon or a film, it's got to have this in it, it's got to have that in it, it's got to have the other thing in it. Anime and manga never have not had any of that in it. It's like manga and anime. I mean, like they cover everyone and everything.
But so does other medium. It's just this is not about that. This is just a bunch of arseholes trying to wind people up.
It's
they're just using it as an excuse to shout people down.
Yeah, it's I know that oh god, there's the whole thing that went off with Black Myth Wukong late last year. A computer game called Black Myth Wukong being produced.
Oh, I've seen something pop up.
Being produced by a Chinese company based on Chinese myth and folklore. Yeah, a company called Sweet Baby Inc., which is DEI, whatever DEI stands for.
Oh yeah, heard of them.
Went into the people who were creating Black Myth Wukong, and they were like, we'll westernize it, so it'll be amazing, it'll sell so well. To which the people who were producing it turned around and said, this is like our country's myth being made in our country. Why would we want to westernize it?
Yeah, and also if you're talking about inclusivity, you want to go and learn from another cultures. You want to go see it. That's like I said, It's
like
utter stupidity.
it is.
And
It's like all this crap with the new Assassin's Creed. Yeah.
oh yeah,
Right. It's
and
with oh no, what's the character's name?
I can't remember. I
No, I mean anyway,
never liked it.
there's a black samurai, which is based on a historical character. Yeah.
Who wasn't actually a samurai?
He's the wrong samurai.
It's
He if you look back in history, he was indeed a samurai, but he wasn't a samurai who would have worn armor and carried a blade. He was a courtier, not a warrior.
it's all they're doing is actually they're having the opposite effect. They're pissing people off, and then you're just like, do you know what? I don't want to play anymore.
Yes, Kay, thank you very much. Because I looked up, I read up on him, and he's like he was a real character. You know, have you ever read the Shogun books or seen the TV stories? It's like he's got a similar story to that. He's got a similar story to that, and he ended up working for one of the samurai lords. So he was a samurai. He just wasn't the kind of samurai he's in Assassin's Creed, and that's why people are complaining about it. It's all very.
Yeah, but it's never about accuracy. They're just wanting to.
So
I don't know. What they're doing is winding people up because, first of all, just make new stuff. Stop overwriting everything else. If you want to make good stories, people will jump on board. End of story.
That's just it. It's
like good tales. I'm good, but
so
all I want to talk about they're shite all the time.
All the stories that are coming out at the moment all seem to be the same. It's like it's more or less the same story. It's told over and over and over again. There doesn't seem to be a lot of originality after that. I mean, you've only got to look at Disney making like yet another live action adaptation of something that's been out for a good 80 odd years.
I have a news article coming out later, and they're remaking a movie that was only out 2 years.
Wait, what?
2 fucking years.
Wow.
And they're remaking it. And you're just like, what are you doing? Freaking stop already. But anyway, let's not wind ourselves up. Let's get happy, because honestly,
wait, happy,
it's enough to make you want to friggin' just switch off everything and go and live in a cave.
Happy. We're doing Elfin Lied here. Happy?
That's true. This is dark. That's the funny thing.
Yeah.
But
a lot of Japanese horror is exceptionally dark. I mean, there are watching back through this, it's like, oh yeah, I'd forgotten about that, or oh, I wonder what Colin thinks about that, or oh my god, I'm going to get a reputation if Colin watches it.
You can see actually some of the stuff in here is so close to knuckle where the stereotype of anime and anime fans comes from.
That's just it. I mean, if someone who wrote, thank God this is 20 years old, because if someone who worked for the Daily Mail saw this, that'd be the end of it.
But let's do a recap. See, episodes 1 to 3, which obviously we covered in the last stream, will take less than 2 hours. So, our main character is Lucy. Whether she's a protagonist or antagonist, we haven't quite found out yet, but we'll start off. She escapes from this secret facility. We also meet Kota and Yuka, who are cousins who have grown up together. We know that Kota has suffered a tragedy with the death of his sister. The full ins and outs of it, not quite, it's just been hinted at. We also find out, even though they're cousins, Yuka has feelings for Kota. Like, she wants to be kissing cousins. And then, on a random stroll, they find Lucy in the beach.
Stark bollock naked.
Yep.
Because, of course she is.
Because, there's loads of nudity in this. And
it's like, if you think about it, she has just escaped from this top secret facility that sits on an island in the bay that everybody seems to know about.
Yep. And caught a bullet that they had like a 50 cal, so forgive her, for not worrying about the Colin.
She's having memory troubles.
But anyway, the caller knew, or she calls herself New, and instead of handing her, they just decided to keep her. Oh, here's random naked girl. We'll keep her. so the story can continue. That's
It's
sort of the mad bit about this.
yeah. The thing is, it's like as you go on through the anime, as you've seen, it's like Yuka. It's like Yuka. Yuka kind of like gets slightly better. Kota just stays as clueless as he does in the start all the way through to the final episode.
Yeah, which is
He's actually pretty high up there on most punchable anime characters as well.
he's so random. Obviously we'll talk about this as we go through, but like the random bursts of anger over nothing, and then to be completely spaced out as normally, like what is this guy on? But then you find out that his brain's a bit fried because he had to be institutionalized for a while. So
A bit, I think that's very generous, to be quite honest.
When we get all what's happened, it's like, yeah, his brain's been scrambled, so you kind of understand. We also get to meet Bando, the lovely chap. He's the organization.
Oh, Bando.
He's the most random character.
He's
legitimately so random.
But apart from his habit of beating women up, he is quite a good character.
Yeah, but even that's part of his character because it's part of the way he goes about. Like, just strike one of the employees, and yet he's super merciful when it comes to the actual target. So it's characters like I said about the randomness.
Yeah, but it's
just secretary, but he'll let the target live.
It's one of those weird roles where he's kind of like, is he a bad guy? Is he not a bad guy? Because it's like there's the scene with the phone number.
Yeah, and there's the letter picking as well.
Yeah,
and you're like, what?
Because it's just kind of like, oh, why is this ocean and this beach always so dirty? A couple of episodes later, he's there picking rubbish up off the beach.
And pulling guns on people. You're like
pulling guns on random people.
He is unhinged. Like he is off his rocker.
Yeah, but name one character who is like actually shows any kind of inkling of sanity in the entire show. They've all got massive problems.
Yeah, and that's one thing. It's you'd have the mental health crowd running. That's one saying. I
honestly think the sanest character in the entire show is the dog.
It had a chance to go home and then it ran away again.
Yeah, he went back. Yeah.
It's like, I'm not going to my normal house. I'm going to live with this madness.
I'm going to live with this strange girl who found me.
The fact that it was living homeless voluntarily, I could imagine home at any time. Like... So, no, I don't know. The dog isn't seeing either.
Could it be that the chief is saying this character because he's the only one who seems to know what's going on?
Yeah, he actually is the only one that makes sense because we kind of know what his agenda is. Although, we'll get into that. The cloners themselves, which are the species that Lucy's part of, their whole interactions and everything else is off the wall too. So it's not even as simple as the humans versus the Diclonius, because the Diclonius are just as shitty.
It doesn't explain it very well. That's the thing. It's kind of like there's things that seem to be really important plot elements for the story that it just kind of goes like, but gloss.
It is a season one.
It's not so much a season one as it is Elfin Lied. There'll never be a season two. The manga is finished, and it doesn't look like there's going to be a second one. It's been 20 years. I'd love a second series of Elfin Lied.
That's
fair. I really would.
What I'm saying is, I can understand it not covering everything because you would think there'd be a season two. You know, that would be the plan to fill in the rest.
The manga wraps it up a bit better, but I think I've mentioned it before. It's like the anime of Elfin Lied has one of the same problems as Akira. Akira, right, don't get me wrong, Akira is fantastic. Akira is amazing. Akira is a benchmark. But the thing is that it's like the anime of Akira was created 2 years before the manga finished. So the ending of Akira, the motion picture, and Akira, the manga, are both completely different.
Which would make sense because
Yeah, and
also
Elfin Lied is the same. The last 3
how many
episodes
books is Akira?
Akira is, oh my god, it's 6. The manga is 6 volumes, but
Right.
it was like it ran for 8 years.
So getting one movie out of that, then you're not gonna.
Mm.
You know, I mean, of course, there's going to be plot holes or bits that aren't finished. This, once again, it's one season. It's 14
Yeah,
episodes.
it's just but it's like the
Only
last
25-minute episodes as
right.
well. It's not like they're 40-minute.
Yeah, every episode after I think it's 10. They basically the studio that was making the animation basically wrote their own plot for it. So it's kind of like the ending of that. I recommend the manga. The manga is brilliant. The ending of the manga and the ending of anime are 2 completely different things. It's like
I can see it with us actually with the final episode,
because it's like after when you get 10's not bad, but when you get to like 11 and 12, you can see it derailing. It's kind of like the quality of the story. The quality of the story drops. It doesn't drop much. It's still a brilliant story.
Yeah, I was getting a feeling that we need to wrap this up, which made me go, okay.
But it's one of those things where it's like you watch it and it's kind of like, right, serious question. Who is the hero of this? Who is the main character?
That is actually a good question because you would think it would be Lucy, but she's she's not the hero.
Let's say right, Lucy isn't the hero. It's not Kota, because Kota is just
he's a broken person in his own way.
Kota is just kind of there. It's like there's a couple of scenes that he's basically, it's like he's almost like a background character. It almost feels as he's there as a space filler. It's the same with Yuka.
Yuka's definitely not the hero.
In a way,
she is
the same with Mayu. I actually think this is my opinion. Feel free to do, everybody has a million opinions. My opinion is that Elfin Lied is Nana's story.
I can see that actually,
because the story focuses more. It seems to focus more around Nana, and it's like hair growing up than it does with Lucy. Because if something important is happening, Nana is there. Also,
because actually, as a certain plot, you probably saw my notes. As a certain plot line was developing, I was going down the wrong path. And then I'm like, no, that's not. No, they haven't done that.
Because it keeps you it kind of keeps you hanging about who Nana is, and it's like Nana is this person, Nana is this person, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh wait, Nana isn't that person. This is that person. Wait, so who's Nana? And
we're getting Lucy's story, but the problem is maybe it's a clever thing because they look all very similar, and it's only the different slight shade and eye color is where you can tell them apart.
You'll be glad to know the manga makes you ask the same questions. It's just that because the manga is literally like panels instead of moving pictures, it gives you a little bit more time to digest and ask questions. I think it's kind of like we watch this in quick succession because it's good. It pulls you in. The story drags you along, but it's like if you take the time to space it out and watch it, the story is completely different because you just see it from a different angle.
Well, this is definitely worth a rewatch. I'll tell you that. It's one of them when you want to go back and pick up a few bits. I did smash through it obviously to do this. So.
Yeah, I'm going to say reading through the notes. It's like, oh, he's missed that bit. Oh, didn't he see this thing? Oh, didn't he notice that happened in the background? What all these things are, I'm not going to tell you because I don't do spoilers.
Mm.
Go rewatch it.
Yeah,
Recommend
well,
it.
that'll be a time.
I recommend Elfin Lied to everyone. Just prepare yourself and have a strong stomach. Sorry, I'm waffling.
After last time we picked up, so the episode attack. So basically, Nana is fighting Lucy, and we find out that Nana actually has longer attack vectors. So she has better reach, but she's not as strong, and it goes as well as you'd expect.
Poor Nana.
She gets a rough time of it in this.
You can have longer attack vectors, but that doesn't really help if people are going to start throwing gravestones at you.
Yeah, it's about figuring stuff out. But yeah, it was actually Mayu saves her because she just gets involved. Because that's what you do when you see things getting smashed about and almost supernatural things happening. You go and jump right in the middle.
Yeah. People having arms and legs ripped off, blood everywhere, screaming, visceral gore. You just throw yourself in the middle of there and just like tell everybody to stop fighting and be friends.
Yeah, that's a sensible thing to do. But yeah, the fact that they sent her off expecting her to die, that was pretty much it. Just tough luck.
That's one of the hints at just how dark this story is going to get. The fact that it's like it never actually tells you. You can work out from the bits of the timeline that give you that Kota, Lucy, and Yuka are like they're in their late teens. They're 18, 19 years old. And it's like Nana and Co and all the others. It doesn't actually tell you how old they are. It doesn't give you any idea. I think Nana is supposed to be like, I think she's like 14, 15.
We know Mayu's 14.
Mm.
She just turns 14 during the episode, so we kind of know that. Yeah, with the other ones, we'll have a. We don't see any of it. We only see the male Diclonius as adults.
Yeah.
Which will not spoil who that is, but we'll.
I say, what is with them anyway? Because it's like why? What are they there for?
It's actually a very good question because they show no abilities.
I can damn it, I can kind of answer it, but do you want to find out for yourself? Because it's all to do with Lucy, and not so much as who Lucy is, but what Lucy is.
Mm-hmm. Oh, is this back to her being the queen or the mother?
Yeah, she's the queen. She is actually the only one among them who can create new Diclonius.
What about number 3?
Pardon?
What about number 3?
3. Oh, 35.
No, number 3.
Oh, 3, the one at the beginning. Good grief. Yes, she was a queen as well. But Lucy she was killed. Lucy's the only other one they've discovered. Which is why no matter what Lucy does, it's like capture her alive and not kill her. Because they want Lucy back so they can carry on with the plan.
But the plan will go ahead without them. Because Lucy would just do it.
Yeah, I think sometimes she mentions like to destroy the human race, she only needs 5 years.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was dear. Yeah, so things just go absolutely tits up, and then the rest of the team arrive, and the chief, and he even says, "I told you to run," and she was like, "I wanted to please you." How many bandages does it take? Like, what the hell's going on with those bandages? I can understand the limbs around the edge, but like everywhere over the top of her clothes.
It's I have no idea. It's the same in all anime. They go crazy with bandages. I haven't got the foggiest idea why they need to like mummify them from head to foot. It makes no sense.
It was weird. But yeah, obviously Nana gets absolutely annihilated.
Poor Nana.
And then she's basically the director pulls in the chief and's like, nah, you gotta, she's no use, get rid of her.
Yeah, no use whatsoever. Kill her. But it's like it's like you say, it's just the fact that they sent her out there knowing she got no chance.
Mm-hmm. Why do it?
Because she's literally a girl who like she's grown up in a sealed room, having metal balls fired at her.
But the thing that gets me is she has an ability. She can detect Lucy.
They can detect each other though, can't
Yeah.
they? It's like as long as they're within a certain radius. So why didn't they send her out with like, I was going to call them saps. Why didn't they send them out with like their the little trained army?
Or use her like a homing beacon.
Yeah.
To zero in, and then
basically like use her like a metal detector to find out she's in the area. I mean, it would have been so. There's so many mistakes on their part.
They're completely amateurish. You wonder what the hell, how they exist.
Yeah, and it's like if this guy just wants to like get rid of mankind and like bring the Diclonius, like get rid of mankind, make everyone Diclonius, why doesn't he just let Lucy go?
Yeah, and actually maybe try having a conversation. I don't know. I just seem to think that a lot of this here could be done quite easily. We just get up and talking to him. Hey, how's it going? Do you want to end the world?
I honestly think the male Diclonius have no power whatsoever.
Yeah.
In the same way as bees have drone bees who can't sting and don't really do a great deal. Their only job is to like fertilize the queen and then they die.
Which also, from what we're saying, they're not even needed for
that. Because all she has to do is touch you with one of her vectors.
Yep, and then your seeds. Hence, Bando needing to have his balls removed, which he didn't take too kindly to.
It never happened because they gave him his bionic arms and legs first, and then he punched the doctor out and jumped out the window.
Yeah, because
the injection they were about to give him was a sedative that was going to put him to sleep, so he could have his knackers snatched.
Once again, a simple thing. They couldn't even get that right.
Mind you, I've got to be quite honest. If someone said that to me, I think I'd punch them out and jump out the window. Thank you very much. So I'm quite attached to mine. I don't really want to part with them. But dear God,
I don't know. But yeah, and then we've got this weird stuff going on in the school, the university. That
if the how strange that one of the professors who works at the we'll call it the institute just happens to work at the school.
Yeah, we don't find that out till later though.
I'm thinking, God, I'm in the wrong place.
Yeah. No, we're just finishing the attack, episode 4. But he looks about 20. He just looks completely wrong for the position. And obviously we'll find out why later, but yeah. And then we'll go on to Empfang, which I should have put the numbers beside these episodes. This is episode 5.
It's my fault. I was flicking down the list and reading stuff. It's all right. So I need to stop on the episode where it's on Empfang.
Yep, Empfang. Yeah. Obviously things have went sour again. Every time they don't have tranquilizer guns. It's just a funny feeling. Either a conversation or a tranquilizer dart would solve a lot of problems.
Obviously, they were running the budget a bit long on some other places and couldn't afford the tranquilizer guns for this one. But then again, would they have just kind of like use their vectors to just swat the darts away?
If they know they're coming. Like, there's this thing called stealth. I don't think they kind of figure that out.
Yeah, but it's like stuff like Bando's, where his idea of stealth is like swearing loudly as he does everything.
Yeah, and just not taking part at all. He's either living on the beach, or he's an odd character. Like,
I swear to God, he never moves off that beach.
And it makes from what he started out as, he becomes like, what are you doing? He effectively becomes a hermit, and he's sort of going to go after them, but he's not. He kind of changed his mind. It's
he's mixed up. I think so. Jesus, he's one of those characters where it's kind of like, you know, what was the creator sniffing when they thought of the idea of this character?
Yeah.
Because I've seen some weird characters in some weird stuff, but he takes the biscuit every time. His character makes it's kind of it's almost as if he's there as a plot. It's actually, I think he belongs to the same class of character as Kota. He's just kind of like there to fill a gap in certain scenes. Because it's like
he started off, he had quite a clear purpose. You know, he was actually psychotic. He lives for the hunt. He's almost as much of a danger to his own team as he is to the target.
He's going to find the Diclonius, and he's going to kill them.
He finds them and he lets them go.
Yeah,
like multiple times.
He finds them and he either lets them go or he comes to some kind of agreement with them.
Yeah, and then he becomes a beach hermit and chief litter picker and a warden at the same time. Because it's, I don't know, he started off as like a real medicine character and became the comic relief.
He could have been so much more in this. He could very easily become like the chief bad guy.
That's what I thought we were getting. I honestly thought that's the direction we were going.
Instead, by the time you get halfway through, every time he walks into a scene, you just roll your eyes at him. Because it's like, oh no, what insanity is he going to come out with now?
Yeah,
what a great character.
Do you think it's because there's a lot of dark material in this, as we've said? Do you think he's like the pressure valve? Because if he was to carry on the same vector that he was, like there'd be no redemption in this, or there'd be no like levity at all, because it's like super intense.
Pressure valves. They don't really do pressure valves in Elfin Lied, though, do they? They just kind of like lay it on you again. I honestly think like the pressure valve in Elfin Lied was the fact that it's like you had like 7 days between episodes, so you could go and watch something else that was a bit more cheerful in between.
Yeah, no, I just smashed them all at once, so that's the joy of streaming.
It's the best way. You just curl up in the dark corner and watch all of Elfin Lied. When you look out the window and the sun is shining, it's like.
So obviously we find Chief's having regrets about everything, and just I think he just questions everything at this point. We know that there's more to him. Obviously, there's his backstory, which is slowly being eked out.
I like the way they drag the story out.
Oh yeah,
It's like there's no rush behind them revealing things, but the story doesn't feel slow, because there's enough happening in between these little bits of reveals to keep you going.
I thought that's one thing I have to say about this. The pace was brilliant, like the pacing.
That is a good question. I think I think it does. I know there's there is Japan is an incredibly high stress environment because it's like literally from the moment you are born, you're pushed by your parents to succeed.
China's the same, or they're the same,
It's
similar
like
sort of problem.
in Japanese schools they have every year in Japanese school has a test, which is like you are graded against the other pupils in your school to see who is top. Not only that, but you are also graded against every other pupil of your age in every school in the 3 islands to see who is number one. It's like you have to do the best at your school to get into the best university to get the best job. It's like it's pressure, and it's like there are very few safety valves. Pardon me. There are very few safety valves. It's why it's like Japanese culture just doesn't allow that. It's why you get like people getting drunk on the way from home just to let off steam. It's like it's why sort of things like so much in Japanese culture.
Well, it's like karaoke got invented. That was a pressure valve. One of
it's like
random things.
No,
but that was the point of it, was to sing badly.
Yeah,
just to
belt out a few tunes really badly just to let off a little bit of that pressure. It's why you get little like wheelbarrow cart stalls set up where you can just go in and sit down, order some hot food and just like drink the strongest spirits you can find just to blow off some pressure. It's why it's like it's why everyone in Japan smokes. It's like I say, it's why half the alcoholics in the world live in Japan. It's like, but it's like I think a lot of Japanese media, books, music, anime, live action films, they are there to try and help people get rid of that pressure. There's a genre of anime called slice of life that has a subgenre called Yashikai. Yashikai doesn't have a translation into the British language. It's just kind of like you know when you've had a really bad day at work and you just kind of like sit down and go, oh, and all the stress falls off you. That is a Yashikai, and they just tend to be really quiet, really slow, really nice, gentle stories just to like help you relax in the evening before you go to bed. And it's something that's unique to there. And then you get things like Elfin Lied, which are the complete opposite, but kind of like help you get rid of that stress by being incredibly bloody and visceral.
But here's the thing as well, the topics that cover in this, because we get May's backstory as well. How do you make people aware? This has always been my argument. I'm sick and tired of this babying, as you know, of modern culture. How do you tackle things like abuse and so forth if you don't highlight it? If you don't actually build it into a storyline? You can't. It's like in this country, it's like word of mouth. Don't do this. This is bad. It's like this shows you why this is bad. It shows you the after effects. It puts you in the shoes of a victim. Yeah, and that's also it's a shame. It's a shame that. Well, no, they couldn't do it over here. People wouldn't stand for it. Oh God, no! It's and the fact that we'll do it over here, even if it was animated, there'd be like 20-year-olds. There wouldn't be. I mean, these are young. They're drawn as young children. They're drawn. There's no holding back with this. And one thing is, there's a lot of nudity. I wasn't once aroused during this. If that makes sense. That wasn't the vibe. I think that's important to talk about because a lot of people. It's like I'm there's a stereotype. I'm very glad to hear that. It's the thing is though, it's like there is this weird feeling. There's this weird like sentiment that nudity is erotic. Yeah, it's like that. It's like that person's got no clothes on.
It's like it's lewd, it's rude, it's crude. We're born like that. It's kind of like it's like if it's shown in an everyday context, nudity is just nudity. And it's like the context in Elfin Lied is far away from normality. I mean, it's like the appearance of 35 later on is a perfect example, but we're not there yet.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, but it's just it's like, oh God, Mayo. Oh, poor Mayo.
Yeah, God, she's so effectively she was abused by her stepdad.
She was.
And the mother effectively knew it was happening and went along with it. And the thing is, these are stories that happen in real life. This is not fantasy. There's women that will actually do that with their children because they've got a new partner. Will actually, I don't even know, wouldn't even try to fathom it, but seeing it happen, you know, actually, and not just done in the shadows like it would be Western stuff. They actually make you, you know, the only thing there isn't is physical touching in this, but it basically shows you what's happening.
It leaves nothing to the imagination.
No. And
it's like it's I mean even 20 years ago, it's not the kind of thing that you would have seen shown in a television program in this country or any other country.
Wouldn't it freak out even? But all it did for me was make me feel sympathy towards Maggie. That's the only emotion I had. You know, the Saints going, oh my God.
It
makes like, sense why she would rather live on the streets.
It's like there are no characters in Elfin Lied, from the chief right at the top all the way down to like the lowest bottom rung character. There is no one in Elfin Lied who is not a victim in some way. That's one of the things. That's the reason I say, like, who is the hero in Elfin Lied? There are no heroes in Elfin Lied. They're all victims. It's become like name like in all of Elfin Lied, name one character who wins.
Just the dog, actually.
You could say Nana.
That's the only one.
It's like Mayu wins kind of, because through Kota and Yuta she gains a new family, because it's like you wrote a note saying I'm guessing adoption is a really simple process in this world. Adoption in Japan is a really simple process in this world. All you have to do is hand over the paperwork and stamp it. They don't use signatures in Japan. They have like these little seals that you use on an ink pad and then just stick it on there. It's the same with getting married. As long as you've got the paperwork, all you've got to do is put your seal at the bottom of it. It's like everything.
It just kind of shows as well that
but it's
she
like
was disposable.
Yeah, Mayu wins a little bit after what is easily one of the worst backstories in this. I mean, but it's kind of like, is there in terms of emotion, in terms of the way it would impact the person growing up, is there anything different from what, say, Mayu went through and what Nana goes through?
No, it's
like Mayu is living with their stepfather's abuse and their mother's absolute insistence that nothing is wrong, and if she hates being there that much, get out, which she does. And Nana, who is basically a lab rat who's being tortured 24/7.
Yeah, no, that's just different. You know, different methods of abuse. There's nothing different at all. I'm not making that point. You know, I'm just saying this episode focused on Mayu's backstory, and holy shit, you know what I mean? And just the visceral lengths it went to. It's like,
no punches pulled.
No, not at all.
No hazy filter over the camera lens. No glossing off of something that happened. It just takes what's happening to Mayu, reaches out of the screen and rams it into your face as hard as it can. Kind of respect for doing that.
I don't, because it's, to me, you know it's wrong, but it's, what if somebody watches this who doesn't understand?
That is
and
one of the problems.
And they can see through the actual actions. This is wrong. You know what I mean?
It's but it's in this country, in this country, in America as well. It's not something you talk about,
and yet it's rampant.
Yeah, but it's not something you talk about. It's like right. Child abuse. If you think that child abuse is happening in somewhere, don't get involved. We're always being told not to. We're always being told not to get involved. I think people should get involved.
Yeah, it's fucking. It's all about stealing innocence at the end of the day, you know. And there's a lot of this. There's people that have had their innocence.
Yeah.
And almost every character here, and that's, I think, the worst thing, because you don't have it for that long in life.
No, you don't.
It's one thing you don't have for long in life is innocence, and for someone to, and should it be sexual abuse? Should it be experimentation? Should it be whatever it might? They're done. So, they take someone's innocence from them. Yeah, it's fucking horrendous. It's the most disgusting thing.
These characters are basically having their childhood stolen from them. If you think about it, it happens to everybody. It's like Kota. Kota lost his sister and his father.
And his father, yep.
Yuka lost her brother, not a brother, her uncle. Damn it, something else I can't remember. It's like Mayu. Mayu has her innocence taken.
Yep.
So does Nana. So does Lucy. So does 35 when she comes into it.
In fact, 35 never even had a chance to have innocence.
35 was poor 35. 35 is such a good character, though.
Yeah, but when you think about it, she never even had a chance to be innocent from birth.
35 is a hideous creature.
Oh, absolutely. But
I don't think she actually counts as being a human being.
When you think, well, obviously we'll get to that in more detail, but when that happened to you, what other way are you going to go?
This is true. This is very, very true.
And we'll see this household being built up, which I thought was going to be a theme of this anyway.
I remember you going like, "This is a harem anime, isn't it?" I remember you asking me if it was a harem anime, and I'm like, "Don't watch it. You just have to watch it."
It technically is, but without but it's no, it's a family being built up. It's people who are broken, essentially finding each other to fill in the gaps or the missing pieces to try and become whole people.
That's actually quite a common theme in anime. People finding each other and filling the various holes in their lives. It's done very well in Elfin Lied, and they managed to do it in such a way that it keeps like the inherent darkness of the story trundling along. Because it's like there's little bits of light, there's things that will make you smile, but there's nothing in there that will make you laugh out loud. It's like it's very good. It is.
Sorry, the scene on the beach did. Sorry, with Bando.
Fair enough.
That bit did. I mean, when he pulled the 50 cal gun and people were littering. I'm like, you will put this in the rubbish bag.
That's
the only bit I actually laughed at, because
more people should do that. Because I've seen it before, you say. It's kind of like, all right, then there's not a lot that will make you. So it's very good at keeping the darkness going at a level where it very rarely becomes too much.
Yeah, because you do have your moments of levity, but this isn't a fluffy tale. It's not Pokemon or anything, you know. It's what was I trying to think there? Yeah, the difference between this and Western culture, the sort of trend is if you're broken in Western culture, you find other people who are also broken and you enable that brokenness. You don't try and fix it,
Mm.
and you wallow in it. And actually, the thought of getting better or becoming whole again means that you lose your peer group. So there's no incentive. So it's actually the opposite of what this is doing. It's actually showing people that even going through horrendous stuff can still find love and companionship, if that makes sense,
Mm.
and rebuild. No, I mean, there's that sort of going through it. There is a positive message. This is a very dark themed show, but there's a positive like message running through this, which is I think the pearl clutchers wouldn't get it, if that makes sense.
Mm.
Shocking. Shocking. I mean, they can only see the superficial.
Oh, right. As I said before when we were viewing when we did the last view, this has been shown on British television, uncut exactly as you have watched it. This was shown on British television, yeah, back in the, I think it was like 2010, 2012, something like that. Could they show it now?
Oh God, no! I would put people's heads away.
People would have heart attacks if they saw this now.
But here's my argument. The whole point of storytelling is to inoculate you towards life.
Mm.
It's actually to prepare you. Death, love, loss, betrayal, right? All these things happen to you in life. And the whole point of being told stories is the same as the horror stories of the oldest type, because they were used as warnings. Don't stray from the path, don't leave the campfire, don't eat the strange berries. You know, they were wrapped up, but the first stories were horror stories. And the purpose was to keep people safe, because it remained in the sort of back of the head as you went through life.
It stays in the psyche.
The fact that storytelling has become so sanitized that they're not actually doing it anymore. We're seeing people who fall apart. I mean, literally fall apart emotionally at the first hurdle they come across. And they aren't equipped. So the time they do get betrayed, the time something like that happens to them, or put themselves in danger, you don't get an instruction manual. Go to page 23 if you've encountered this. And you can't just have a matter of fact discussion over everything. That's why we have storytelling. It's our way of not just entertainment, it's a deeper meaning and a deeper purpose in entertaining. It's preparing us for the world, and it's exploring various aspects. And it's sort of getting you hardwired, you know, to do that. The minute you take away storytelling, and we're seeing it today, we're seeing the effect of rotten storytelling in the culture, and we're seeing the effect it's had. That's why people are more miserable than ever. People are at breaking point. And it shows the importance of not shying away from stuff. Now, do you give people XXX rated stuff 24 hours a day? No, that's stupid. But there's a reason why you have adult themed content. You know, I mean, you have different gradients, different intensities, because that's how you learn from the world. May, you see him by May's example, that even though what she's went through, you see the fact that she's still prepared to put herself out for others. And when that she could be fixed, she could be she can become whole again, if that makes sense.
Yeah, because I'm gonna say by the end of the story, Maya has found happiness again. She's found a family.
Yes.
She's actually one of the few she's one of the few people in Elfin Lied who you could say actually wins in the end.
Mhm.
Because that
Look
the
at
other one,
Nana. Look what
the
happened to
other one
her.
is
Like
Nana.
all the way
Mhm.
through this. Like it doesn't stop when she gets out of the facility.
She's just a tool.
Yeah.
A tool.
But even
Isn't
when she
it?
gets out of the facility, her pain doesn't end. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Her encounters she has afterwards is would break lesser people.
Yeah, the fact
She
that
still has compassion. She still has time to care for others.
yeah, the fact that she's kicked out into the world with no knowledge of how the world exists. She doesn't even understand how money works.
Yeah. And once again, there's the chief would put her out in that world, even though he says he's saving her. But is he really? He's assuaging his own conscience, right? I didn't do this. Here you go. Here's money. But how does he not know that she doesn't know what money is?
I said that all he's trying to say. He's almost like he's saving her life by throwing her to the lions.
Hmm.
It's like, if you stay here, you're going to die. So, like, go into the world which you know nothing about. You don't know how to exist. You don't know how people work. You don't know how to get food. You don't know how to find shelter.
Well, there was the whole thing, the scene with the
Off you
pancakes.
go.
The
Live the rest
pancake
of your
vendor.
life.
She's sitting with what would be equivalent of
Oh
hundreds of
God! Like
thousands of pounds in her bag.
if you look, every single one of those notes was something like a 10,000 yen note.
Yeah, so she could have bought
needed
a house.
Yeah, she
But
needed what? She needed 500 yen to
a
buy a
coin, you know.
pancake, but because 500 yen was a thing and she didn't know what that thing is, so it's like, all I've got are these pieces of paper. If only I had 500 yen, I could have one of those pancakes.
Yeah, she could have bought the stall,
Yeah.
employed him as her personal chef. You know, but that's a form of abuse as well. And that's the point I'm making about when you take storytelling away from people, which is what's happening today is storytelling, imagination, dealing with the harsh realities of life and the extreme aspects of life that can come out. Storytelling and horror are the safe ways to do that. You're doing it through fantasy,
Yeah.
but through that experience in the fantasy, through using imagination, and you're actually preparing yourself that if you get hints this is happening, or if you think it might be happening to you, and it can happen to people all through life, you know what I mean? You've got that survival mechanism built up. It's just the way humans have evolved. Animals use calls and signals and pheromones, and that we have our imagination. We've evolved this, and this is our survival tool. Is actually to learn and almost make educated guesses about every encounter we're going to. If you don't have that, then you don't have a chance.
Jack's stories are the way that information was passed down.
Mm-hmm. But not all stories are nice.
No, oral tradition has been around far longer than the written word, which has been around far longer than moving pictures and television and anime and.
Yeah, well, this is all a progression of the same, but it's right down to the building blocks, the basics.
But it's like nobody uses the spoken word, and everything else is being censored. You can't show this, you can't show that, you can't mention this, you can't mention that.
I've probably said about 10 banned words on this platform already just by having this conversation, but I refuse. I refuse to bow down. The reason why is I will say things like sexual abuse because not saying it doesn't make it go away.
No.
In fact, what you do is you make it fucking go underground and more prevalent.
That's just it. All you do by ignoring it is push it out of the public eye.
To slay the beast, you must first name it. That's one of the oldest phrases, This stupid fucking baby language is being imposed by Muppets who Nana, who lived in a lab, has more worldly sense than the people who are hiding in the servers of social media.
Do you mean she's got more sense than most of the people who are making the rules that we live by?
Look at the damage being done. We're not in a good place. And it's going to get worse. It has to get worse before it gets better. You know, maybe we have to see the darkness in front of us before we can get back. Problem is, I'll probably be dead by then. We'll start turning around again because I think we're just born at the wrong time.
Yeah, it's like
grew up during the good times, and then
no, I keep being told I was born 200 years too late, but there you go.
I don't know.
Yeah.
No, like I said, all three of us. Not once am I looking, getting aroused, and then there's a lot of sexual undertones in this, but it's done for a particular purpose, and you get it. You know, when you're going through the stories, you get what it's doing, and yeah, I'm glad there's stuff like this hasn't been wiped off the face of the earth because it's necessary. With the next one, we're dealing with innermost feelings. We're back to Bando. You know,
Bando.
He's about to get neutered.
Not if he has anything to do with it. He's not. Oh, no.
I just thought of the $1 Million Man.
I'm going to say, I've got to admit, I may have laughed when he punched the doctor out.
But once again, just put him under first.
I mean,
don't tell him.
It's like, yeah, we're going to give you this injection, and when you wake up, you're going to be like, you're going to have lost a few pieces. No, punch, jumps out the window. But he's obviously he's a better man than he was because he didn't punch the nurse.
True.
So it's obviously his character is growing in leaps and strides. He didn't punch the nurse out.
But that's
violence against women. That's something else that Elfin Lied has.
And it's shown out there, him, he is just, there's no reason for it, what he's doing. He's just, he's all on a power trip.
He's just a massive misanthrope. That's his problem. It's you can't say misogynist because he seems to hate everybody just as much as everybody else. It's like he doesn't stay in any one camp. He only belongs to one camp, and that's Camp Bando.
Yeah. And he's the square peg, he just does not fit in with the world in any shape or form.
He's a bonkers character. And I honestly think he's perfect for the role. He's perfect for Elfin Lied.
Well, I'll tell you what, he's a more rounded character than the Professor, though.
That Professor is, yeah, but the Professor is, you as you find in, it's either at the end of this episode or the next episode, the Professor is its chief's son. So that kind of explains why he's kind of like all the way out there.
That's this episode because he rings the chief to
he's
get more money.
He obviously takes after his dad. Also, what is this?
Or not the chief, the director.
Oh, what is this? Director, the guy who sits behind the desk and doesn't seem to do anything except tell people what to do and keep women as captives.
Oh yeah, look at the herd of it. The professor's research assistant.
What is wrong with her? What exactly is wrong with her?
She is not. Her lift is not going up to the top floor.
Whatever she's been having, I want some. It's what a random ass character.
And just like, oh, you have a secret lab in the basement? That's okay. That's fine.
It's do you know? It's like doesn't every mad professor have a secret lab in the basement? I mean, the fact it's the basement of the university he teaches at is a bit weird. But you'd think you kind of keep those kind of hobbies at home.
Or in a separate locked facility.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
That doesn't come to later, but the whole reason he ends up in the university, like, why would you do that? That makes no sense.
It is Elfin Lied we're talking about.
It's true, but it's
One of the things I like this about Elfin Lied, it keeps you guessing
yeah.
because it'll throw something in. It'll throw something in, and you'll be like, "What have I missed something?" So you'll go and watch the previous episode. No, it's just thrown another plot hook in from nowhere, together with half a dozen other plot hooks that at the moment make no sense because there's this nothing else to do with them has been added.
So the university, he's openly researching Diconius, and the research system knows about them. And this is where I'm starting to ask the question: how secret is this secret lab? Because
it's like how secret is the research they're doing at the research center on the island?
Yeah,
because everyone seems to know about it.
Mm-hmm.
So it begs the question. It beggars the question. It's like, do everyday people know of the Diclonius, and do they know of the threat that they
Which
have?
I was starting to think, yes, as this goes on. Because, just the ambivalence people have towards young girls walking about with horns in their head.
Yeah.
Openly. And the fact that they're just part of society until they go on a killing spree. And even when they do go on a killing spree, people kind of shrug it off as if, yeah, that was the thing. As if it was normal.
Not again.
Yeah. You're kind of like, okay, they're obviously not key. There's something else going on here. You're not getting the full extent of the phenomenon, if that makes sense.
It is a weirdly nonchalant, somewhat drugged up kind of world that they seem to live in.
Mm-hmm.
I say drugged up just because of the simple lack of reaction when things go on around them.
Yeah, and Coda as well. He's
I think
he's almost developing a second personality and forgetting everything because he's wigging in and out of reality.
I honestly I don't know if it's because of like he's. I mean, it's like they don't say as much. It's kind of like, oh, Kota spent a year in hospital.
Mm-hmm.
It's like because they have this terrible way in Japan of it. It's almost ironic that you get things in anime that face some like pretty horrific problems, like some pretty horrific things that go on, but they are really, really bad about talking about themselves. It's like cancer is a perfect example. You will never hear anybody mention cancer by its name. It's always known as the disease, as if they're pretending it's not existing. It's the same thing with mental illness. Mental illness is very, very, very rarely mentioned, and they state that it's like, oh, Kota spent a year in hospital. Yeah. Kota spent a year in hospital recovering from the mental repercussions of seeing his sister and his father murdered in front of him. Yeah.
And not a nice way.
Yeah. But they just say he spent a year in hospital. They will never mention the fact he was in there because he basically lost his mind because he saw his family die.
Do you think that this art form then is a way of getting around that?
A lot of it is anime serves a lot of purpose. It really annoys me that people in the West tend to think, oh, it's a cartoon, it's obviously for children. It's not. A lot of today's a lot of social issues are covered. Mind it's in live action as well, but it's kind of like it is a release for these kind of tensions, these kind of things. It's like a lot of anime give you characters where you can step into their shoes. It's like, oh, look, this character's going through this. There's someone out there who knows what I'm going through. This character's been through something similar that I have. I can empathize with this character. Using this character, it will help me like vent my anger at this. It'll help me. It's a safety valve that helps me release the pressure of this. I can sit and relax to this, get angry with it, cheer to it, cry with it. It's like I honestly think a lot of anime is there to like instill, to pull emotion out of people, to help people basically cope with everyday life. And it's something sense. It's something we don't seem to have over here. We
Well, we used to.
we use yeah
used to.
we used to, but now it's like all the kind of, I mean, there's some really extremes happening in Elfin Lied, but anything like that used to happen on television over in the West, it's kind of like it's no, you can't show this, you can't do that, you can't hint that this exists in the world because it's bad and we shouldn't talk about it, and people will get upset if you do. Let people get upset. Let people get angry. Let people vent. Let people show those emotions instead of just bottling up to the point where they crack.
Because that's the worst thing, actually, is repression. Absent, just not going through your whole range of emotions as a human being, because that's where it comes out in unhealthy ways and destructive ways.
Yes.
And it's all about having that. Also, people today have major problems discerning fantasy from reality.
They do.
Which is, like, I am so grateful I'm an old fart. I never thought I'd find myself getting to a certain age and being grateful that I'm not young. But I genuinely am. Because I even look at somebody in their 30s and they're like an infant. I mean, that's not even 10-year gap, and they're like infants. They do not have basic coping mechanisms for the world. And obviously it's worse as you go back, and it's going to get worse again, and you're just looking going,
but because
this is not good.
The problem is it's like, it's almost as if people are trying to sanitize the world. The more sanitized something gets, the less of a reaction you need to deal with it. My thinking. But it's like you don't need explosive emotional responses. You don't need to get angry, because they're like trying to push everything away that makes you angry, which I think is a terrible thing. I mean, it's like people.
Because what'll happen is, the first time you experience anger, then it's going to come out like, like toddlers.
Yeah.
They just they go from, like, if they're happy, they're giggling, super happy, and then if they're bad mood, they're bawling their eyes out.
Yeah, then they get angry, and it goes from 0 to 10 in the space of a few seconds. I mean,
and back again, and that's
look. I'm going to use road rage as an example. Look at road rage. It's like from 0 to 10. They what I was always taught. I was always told that if you get angry, count to 6, because anger doesn't last more than 6 seconds. And if you can count to 6, what were you getting angry about in the first place?
Never learned that when I was younger, so yeah. No, I know myself what it was like not to have outlets. I was running until like 1920, I sort of started finding them. But it never I never leads down a good path. You have to have, I reckon it's doing inoculation. Storytelling's inoculation to life. It's giving you that little shot and preparing your body, so when the real disease hits you, you're sort of mentally prepared for it and don't break.
Sure, but like we've said, unfortunately, a lot of people aren't prepared when they hit real life.
And even if you do break, because everyone hits, something, life happens,
Yeah.
But if you've built that robustness up through various things by experiencing life as well, you can't just shut yourself away. You have to actually experience life. You can't do it through books, or you can't, do it through a glass. You have to actually be part of the world.
Yeah, I was gonna say, here's a take. There are too many people out at the moment who are like leaving childhood and entering adulthood who aren't part of the world, because it's like their link to the world is through electronic devices like the screen we're looking at now, or tablets or mobile phones, and you can choose what you look at. Don't know what's happening in the Middle East. No, block it. Don't need to see that. People are creating their own little worlds, their own little, like, nicely tidy little friendly, clean little pockets that they live in, and when they go out into the real world, they're just not prepared for it.
And what's their reaction when they encounter something different?
They get angry at it,
Absolutely. I mean, not just
and
angry,
then
but
they
visceral
get angry, they get
anger,
furious,
want it
and
wiped off the
then
face of the earth.
unfortunately, because it's not something they had to deal with before, they don't know how to deal with it. So how do they deal with it? Alcohol, drugs, beating the shit out of each other,
Cancel culture.
cancel culture.
You know, actually going out to destroy people's lives because they've seen something
Yeah,
that or heard words that they don't agree with, because it's
we're,
not
we're,
even that they understand the words, it's because it's not the part of the same 10
yeah,
phrases that
but
we taught to repeat.
we're going back to the fact that this show that we're talking about was shown on British television. It's
Yeah,
like
that's
shown on British television a good 15 odd years ago. It would not be shown now
no, without a
because of
doubt,
because of the way society has changed.
and I don't think it's for the better. That's we need shows like this.
Mm.
Now, we don't need all the shows to be like this.
No,
It's all
just
about,
the
once
occasional
again,
one.
it's about balance. But yeah, we'll see Coda. There's something not right with Coda, and we'll find out why later on. And it would actually make perfect sense. Like the fact that we hand Lucy over to the professor, you know, just
yeah. And then he cries because Lucy is gone.
yeah. So, but he's an emotional roller coaster anyway, all the way through this.
It's obvious. I think it's
And it's due to repressed memories. Let's be honest, it's due to repressed memories because of trauma.
I think he's actually. I've got to be honest. There's nothing wrong with Kota that I don't think a bloody good punch in the nose would sort out. But it's just like he's such a well written character because he's like emotionally he's all over the place. And if you've ever known if you know anyone who's been through like any kind of like severe emotional trauma, that is just how they are. It's like no matter, it's like they're slightly detached from reality. They don't quite know how to deal with people. But it's kind of like when your cousin, the woman you're living with, turns around and says, it just says like, if I went, would you cry for me? The answer is not, I don't know.
Yeah, the answer is
not, I don't know. The answer is, of course I would. Because if you live in a boat, don't rock it.
Yeah. But he's actually proven the point I'm trying to make. His character. He has clicked off part of his brain as a self-defense. And by not encountering said trauma, which we'll find out, you know, we know there's more to the story.
Yeah,
it's been hinted.
Because in the episode where he finally like faces up to certain things, his character becomes so much stronger.
You will see
the things his character has to say suddenly have so much more meaning than the wishy-washy dialogue he's coming up with at the moment.
Yeah, but this is deliberate because we'll see that it's repressed memories. He's cut off. There's something. It's sort of nagging at the back of your head, isn't it? There's something going on here.
It's the first time I've got to admit I've seen Elfin Lied so many times. The first time you watch it, it's like the first time you watch it, there are so many questions going on while you're watching it. Why is this like this? Why is this like that? What's happened to this person? What's happened to that person? How is this allowed to happen?
My question's always been, how's that institute managed to stay open and operating as long as it has? Because, oh my God, they are incompetent.
They're a big crap, aren't they? I am the professor. I was the one who allowed you to escape, and together we're going to defeat mankind. Whatever you say, Chuckles. It's like, why would you have it's like we've trapped her in the secure region. Oh, but the not so secure side door is open. Never thought to check that. the staff at that Flaming Institute is well out there. The research assistant, the lady with the coffee, whose name I can't remember, even though I should. Kasumi?
Oh, hang on.
It's not Kasumi, it begins with K.
Kizuragi.
Thank you.
Yep.
I mean, it's like that poor girl. A poor woman. She existed to make coffee and to die horribly.
She can't even make coffee.
It's like that, that's it. Coffee. She makes coffee, not very good coffee, and she dies in a terrible way. Welcome to Elfin Lied. We don't believe Elfin Lied, the anime that doesn't believe in the word subtle. But that's one of the glorious things about this. It doesn't do subtle. It just it's like this is something that is wrong with the world and rams it into your face.
Oh, we'll find out the dog's name's James as well.
That is a very random name for a dog.
And I actually thought he was being shuffled off to get him out of harm's way.
Yeah. And it's like something terrible is going to happen to Mayu because the dog has gone.
Mm.
It's like the dog was literally the only thing she lived for, and now the owner has come and taken it away. And when she's turned around and said, "Can I come and see the dog?" she basically turned around and says, "No, go away." It's like another.
Would you want a homeless person to come around, randomly?
We used to have gypsies coming to the door selling clothes pegs. My dad always used to invite them in for a cup of tea because it's good luck. So yeah, why not? It's what happens when you grow up in rural Derbyshire in the 70s. But it's like I can understand it, but it's like she didn't have to turn around. You didn't have basically turn around and like verbally punch her in the face. Come on, it's Maya.
But I think it was I was the bring a point home though. It was the the girl. She's somebody in the bubble. She's just demonstrating that people can be like that. And once again, if you don't have coping mechanisms, something like that could break you, which it nearly did because Mayu, has been through so much. So something like that's nearly the end of her. But it works out, something simple like that there was, the end of it. But where were we? Yep.
Well, it's like
Bando back again for some more randomness.
Bando back again. He's like
this is partly what leads Mayu as well, because she's feeling vindictive. Because if anyone else said to you, you haven't seen that bitch with the horns, have you? And this is somebody you've lived with, and you've grown attached to. You're not gonna tell them. If somebody leads off the conversation with, you haven't seen that bitch with the horns, have you?
But
you're not gonna go, oh yes, I have actually.
This does lead to one of my favorite scenes.
But
in this episode, though,
I think why I brought up the James being taken away is that puts her in a headspace where she's been hurt. Now she wants to lash out.
Yeah. But
do you know what I mean?
So the fact that sorry, after you.
Sorry, just the scene, with her being, like you said, verbally punched in the mouth, and there was absolutely no need for it. Then it affects her that she gets a vindictive streak, so she wants to go and punch someone else in the mouth. And when she meets Bando, and when he comes off with an absolutely mental statement like that, her instinct is to go along with it. Where if that hadn't happened to her, she'd have been like, no, and then sailed off and ran away.
Yeah, and then he I'm going to use the word interrogates because I don't really want.
But he gives her number first.
I'm going to say I don't really want to use the phrase beat up, but yeah, it's like he recognized it as the girl.
But he doesn't. Basically, he's actually quite, like I said, compared to random assistant in the institute. He's actually not. nowhere near as bad.
He's quite with it, and it's like oh, it's almost like, oh, you're the one who helped me. You're the one who helped save me. Here's my phone number. If ever you're in a pinch, call me. Whatever the problem is, I'll sort it.
I'll
Which
kill
is
them. No, he specifically said
yeah,
he'll kill them.
I'll kill them, which is absolutely brilliant. Because while he's interrogating her, she pulls.
Yeah, she pulls his own number and says, "I'm having problems with a guy here. Can you take care of him?" I think that was the funniest scene in this entire scene.
It's like Mayu.
You're breaking up. Have we lost him? You back?
Hello?
Yeah,
Oh, did I drop out?
Yeah, you went to another place there.
Ooh.
You got overexcited, you say, and you broke the internet.
I think I'm.
Oh, there we go again. I think basically what he's trying to say is this is the most hilarious out there scene in this entire season. I think it's actually one of the most just hilariously, ridiculously funny scenes and God, anything I've seen in a while. Like honestly, it's I can't describe it. It's just the pacing of it, the dialogue used, and
oh, don't do this.
oh, you bet, right? I've just explained, and probably you're agreeing that this has to be one of the most out there scenes
Okay.
in anything.
Mm.
Like the setup, and it all happens like within minutes of each other.
It's just the way things like this throw that out.
Yeah, but I don't think I've seen something that well. Like it's slapstick, but it's done on this, and honestly, it was just brilliant. Oh dear, he's broken. But needless to say, Mayu defeats Bando with his own honor system. You know, and she does it in the same breath. You know, like the same scene. And it's showing the randomness of Bando, the fact he goes from sympathetic, helpful 1 minute to absolutely batshit crazy the next. And we never got his backstory, but something you don't become like that.
My God, could you imagine if one day they decided to do a spin-off, which was Bando's story?
Oh my God, that would be hilarious.
God,
all his missions.
It's like why does he help? Why does he help hate the Diclonius so much? Why has he become like this absolute sociopath of a man? that would be so cool.
I'd just like to see his early missions before he ended up at the Institute. He's just one of them absolutely bonkers, you know the 80s action hero sort of thing, but
yeah,
ramped up to 11.
Yeah, he ranks up there with like Schwarzenegger's character in Commando.
Oh God, yes. Or no, not him. The other guy.
Oh, the bad guy.
Oh,
the guy with the bandana.
The one with the string vest.
Yeah, I know the one you mean, but I can't think of his name.
That's Bando.
Excellent, awesome. Oh my God.
I'm gonna cut you, John.
Oh, what a great film.
Oh, man.
The next line I have here is, I wasn't expecting Lucy to be Kota's sister. Bracket, my mistake.
Yeah.
It's very good. It's very good leading you down the wrong path, as Elfin Lied, isn't it?
I thought that was the way, because they're doing the flashbacks. And then when we're seeing the whole backstory with the chief, and then they're talking about basically kill on sight when a Diclonius emerges, but they're also keeping some for research. So I was starting to get led down the path that Kota's sister, whose name I have there somewhere, she was found to have it, but it maybe manifested later on. So it doesn't necessarily happen during birth or something. You know, I was starting to think that this is something that manifests at different times. And that she wasn't sick. She was taken away.
Mm.
But obviously that wasn't the case. So that's why I went back. I thought I'd leave that note in there because, like you said, it's good at leading you down different paths. They're deliberately muddying the waters.
I've got to be honest. The manga is exactly the same. It's like it throws up so many false flags, and you're like, oh, what's this? What's this? And then a couple of episodes later, it's like, oh, okay, oh, that was wrong.
Yeah, it's using an unreliable narrator trope a lot. I get that. It's a very useful trope. I like it because you're getting it from a character's point of view.
Yeah.
That character's point of view may not necessarily be the truth because you're getting it from their point of view and what they see, but they're only getting a snapshot.
Yeah, but
and you're only seeing part of the story through. Not everything's top down.
But a lot of Elfin Lied almost seems to be third party. It's like you're following a character, but you're following a character from like someone else's viewpoint apart from theirs. Almost.
Yeah, so you're not getting the full story. You're getting that person's unreliable narrator because they're only seeing certain bits of it.
Yeah.
Which it's useful, you know what I mean? It's a useful tool and people that can pull it off, right? It's what keeps you engaged in the story because then you're questioning. As long as there's a payoff.
Yeah.
It's like that phrase with the prestige, you know, you have to always bring it back.
Yes.
It's okay to make stuff that does appear, but you have to bring it back. And that's where that sort of trope gets muddied. You know, it goes wrong.
Yeah.
It's like when you make lots of mystery boxes, but you never open them.
It's something they're doing very. I kind of wish there were more boxes to open, or they open more of them, because it's kind of like when you get to the end, it feels as if there's certain things that they haven't finished off.
Yeah, but that's once again, if this is if you're telling a story in a world, a story is a snapshot in a universe. The universe went on before this particular story takes place. The universe goes on afterwards.
Yeah. Yeah.
And once again, it's modern storytelling as well. Want to wrap everything up in a neat little bow and leave on, which is funny because they're always doing prequels and sequels and remakes and reboots.
Yeah, nowadays,
which is also counterintuitive to having a well fleshed out universe where one story can take place in setting, but there's other things on that you might be able to explore or leave it to people's imagination. Once again, we just got terrible bad storytellers today.
I know.
Elfin Lied, this is a snapshot into this of Lucy coming into people's lives and other people coming into their lives. Their lives are going to carry on afterwards. Their lives happened before, and we're just taking part in this little bit of the universe. So, of course, there's stuff going to go on that we're not going to see 100%.
It is kind of a shame there wasn't a second series of this. At the end of this episode, though, I need to go and get something to eat.
Right. So I'll carry on then while you.
Okay, I'll disappear and I'll be back in a few minutes. I won't be long.
Roger. Hang on, you can. And it's just me for a minute. So, hang on, I'll just put it up. Wrong. Need that. Sorry, I changed systems and all the windows are different. Back. Yeah, so far, what we're getting are all these characters. We're getting little snippets of their backstory. It's not all getting spelled out, and we know it's all building to a major confrontation. It's boiling point. They will not stop looking for Lucy. She's never going to have any peace. The interesting bit is that they're all like within a strange location. The only thing that's saving Lucy is the fact she's got the alt personality of New. And that was due to catching the bullet to the head. You know, the helmet saved her, but that's what created this. But we also find that personality's always been there. So if I yeah, I'll sort of go back. We've got Nana then with two young people who aren't equipped to deal with their own lives, and all of a sudden they find themselves not just heads of a family as such, because that comes out later on, but they're becoming responsible for all these people who aren't just odd, but they're completely broken. Mayu has had a tragic upbringing. They effectively adopt her, and they're only in university. They're only like not even 20. They're now parents as such, adoptive parents of a teenager who's got issues. They have Lucy, or Lucy's come out a couple of times, but they've got New, who's essentially an infant in a young adult's body living with them. And they're trying to deal with that. Like they're having to teach someone like basic motor skills and stuff. They're just it was done in a comedic fashion, but it's becoming obvious. They're they have to essentially teach her how to be a human. Where if you think about her, she's got experience living in the world, so that's where she's slightly different from Nana. Nana essentially escaped from a lab, never experienced the outside world, and they're having to teach her how to be a functioning person in the world. So you have all this going on in the background, plus you've got the main plot of who are the Institute, what is it they're trying to do, and even within the Institute, we're seeing side plots, we're seeing games being played within different factions. You've got the chief. What's his backstory? What's his agenda? He's got his own agenda on top of everything else. He would not let Nana just be killed. He saved her, but he also didn't give her coping mechanisms to effectively live in the world. So there's that. The director, we'll start to meet him. What's he up to? He's got his own agenda. So what he's presenting to his subordinates isn't what he's up to. We have got a couple of others, like the professor. We find out it's the director's son, but he's teaching in the university while running experiments. Why didn't he stay in the institute to do those experiments? Doesn't make sense. What's his game? We'll find out that he actually released Lucy. Why? What is it he's trying to achieve that his father isn't? You've got all this stuff going on as well. And the thing is that with this story, like I said, you've got a snapshot shot in a universe. God, I'm stumbling here. These stories can carry on. They're just not going to be told in this particular story. But the fact they're being put in there, that there is an option if there was a season 2, if it did carry on, those are things that can be explored. But it doesn't always have to. My problem with today's storytelling is everyone's trying to put it into one box, and then they leave themselves no room to do prequels, to do sequels, to do whatever. And that's why storytelling's come to a grinding halt. And that's why we're just getting this complete rehash of the same material over and over again. Because nobody's bothering to world build. Also, the fact that they're sanitizing everything, they're leaving no room for storytelling, they're leaving no room for characters. Characters have the experienced life, good and bad, parts of it. The hero's journey, that's the oldest method of storytelling. The hero has to meet adversity, the hero has to experience defeat. The hero has to experience the learning so that they can grow, so they can retake the challenge to then triumph. That's all being written out of storytelling today. It's gone. And then what's left is nothing. And that's why people are so disaffected, because there's nothing, like there's nothing being made for today's generation. And that's why there is so much because there's nothing to say, this is me. I recognize this. And the things that people are saying is for them isn't because it's for nobody. Because once again, there's no actual world building, there's no story there, there's no characters. All they're doing is retaking the old ones and uh, regurgitating. So you can understand how that has a knock on effect to society. You can't write off the importance of this stuff, because we'll see what happens when stories are being told, when people are fired up with imaginations. We build, we grow. When all that gets stunted, we regress. And we're seeing it being played out right in front of us. And it doesn't take that long. We've seen in the space of 1.5 generations, like effective collapse of society. And it's not going to get better, because we just see 20, 30 years down the line, I'll be dead, but uh it's just gonna, if it doesn't change, and it starts off with us, stories like this that encounter every aspect of life and the ugly side of it, and then showing how you can get through it and come through the other side, and still have hope in humanity. They're powerful messages to be putting out there. I just find it really strange that it's the very stuff that we need right now is being taken away. I can remember old stories. I can look at stuff like this because I grew up with it. So I'm okay. It's people that have never had, like Nana is a perfect example. She'd never experienced life. She was locked away in a lab. Everything was sanitized and actually done to harm her for other people's gain. She was still able to come through it. There's a good example of story. When she actually got to live life, she embraced it. Anyway, I suppose I'll get back to this, where we were. Not really. Um, God, what was it? It wasn't really with folklore storytale. Old fairy tales. That was part of the reason why Lord of the Rings, J.R.R. Tolkien, has he was creating English folklore. So that was, because it didn't really, there wasn't that level of storytelling. The best people in the British Isles are actually the Scottish. They have some of the best folklore and folk tales. Irish folklore pre-Christianity was interesting, but it was limited. And post-Christianity, it completely got destroyed. You can actually see the difference. Everything after, the arrival of St. Patrick, so to speak, everything just became about the Bible, it just became regurgitation of those stories. So the actual folklore got wiped out. When you think of the old stories of Cool Colin and that. But that was never put on the medium. It was never put into the cultural zeitgeist. But you can see the problems here with not having that. Just the absolute crisis of identity and just angst. We've always been with different clans and tribes at each other's throats. And once again, storytelling has never been to, I reckon 50 years will no longer exist. Honestly, that's the way it's going. And it all stems down to that whole telling stories. It's what we are. And we do have a rich culture, but yeah, 50 years will be completely gone because it was never nurtured. When you don't nurture imagination, and that's the biggest thing in fact, that's the worst thing you can steal from someone is their imagination. If you don't encourage that spark, not just as children, but in young adults, there's a strange culture over here that you don't, like me even doing this, it's considered out there and it's normal in a lot of other cultures. But what are you doing that for? wanting to be a storyteller to write. The attitude here is, unless you're, you know, brought up with a silver spoon in your mouth and you can indulge in such things, why are you doing that? You know, we can see direct correlation here in the British Isles of, lack of storytelling. For a while, we were decent. We were putting stuff, that Steve and I are covered in Hammer Horror, classic horror. We're seeing that they still had some of the problems that we do today, but there was still a genuine attempt to use people's imagination to tell stories. Animation wise, no, it's something with acting just didn't, wasn't a thing. It was probably like Flea alluded to, considered childish. Why would you want to do that? That's for kids. And it's a shame because we have stories over here need to be told, old folklore, and yeah, it's going to end up disappearing. Say the way. Ah, right. We'll have the whole thing as well here with like Nana's story. Like almost every episode focuses on one of the characters and sort of tells a bit more of theirs. I think we covered that Nana was busy in a lab, never experienced the world. Then she was put on the same beach. Then you realize because of where the island is, it's the only beach available. So, but not giving her coping mechanisms to actually get away. It's just that was almost crueler. I think you were getting hints that she was almost going to team up with Bando to take out Lucy. He keeps going on about the 2 meter rule, which is the length of the vectors, but that ends up biting him in the backside. He just like gets taken care of right and quickly again. He's not actually an effective assassin for someone that was introduced to the whole series as this last resort type character who you send when all else fails. He hasn't succeeded once in any of his missions. It's very strange. You've got this strange fight then between Bando and Nana, which once again, if people in the show would actually just talk to each other, there'd be no need. It's almost like the Hong Kong martial arts movies, or what was it, The Matrix, the second one, where Neo has that random fight with what's his face, just for absolutely no reason, just because he wanted to show a fight. A lot of that happens in this, which is funny. I think they're the moments of levity, if that makes sense. I think that's the moment to make you come down a peg before getting into the main story again. So I think that's why they're put in this. It's just to give you that wee bit of respite from the like I said, this is a very dark story. So when you have these like random fights and stuff, and Bando in particular is just, I think he is the comic relief. I don't know whether he was intended to be at the beginning, but he certainly is at this stage. With everything's leading to Nana, she meets Mayu, and things obviously progress. Everything's centered obviously towards Koda's and Yuka's house restaurant, which doesn't make sense either. It's a restaurant, but it's never open. Is it a seasonal? So they only got a limited time to live there before it has to open. Because it's funny, we'll see a scene later on, they're all still there, but it's not open for business. Another strange thing I wasn't explained, but I think because the parents owned it, they maybe wasn't viable to open as a restaurant again, so they just let it be closed. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, so we've got all this happening. Nana's encountering Bando. They decide to work together. That Nana will come back and tell him if she finds Lucy so he can help her. And then Nana meets Mayu, and that's how she ends up getting brought to the house. And then things just kick off. She sees Lucy, or she sees Miyu, and just loses it because the last time they met, obviously, she lost an arm and a leg. Like we were talking about, we go back to the university, and the research assistant walks in, sees blood, guts, and corpses everywhere, and is completely nonchalant about it. It's like, oh, right. Oh. And says to Coda, yeah, you don't need to be here. Please don't ask too many questions. A normal person would just freak out on the spot. Oh, great. But instead of that, her first instinct is, oh, I better ring my boss and see if it's before I ring the police and see what he wants me to do. So already she's like, oh, better cover this up. Which beggars my question again. Why hold this? Why have this in the university? They could have just had this on the island. It's big enough and there's enough room to have a separate research lab. I don't know what it was trying to achieve. Because it didn't need to bring Coda in. There's plenty of ways to have Coda involved in the plot and Yuka without it being through the same university. So yeah, had me a bit confused there, but basically the research assistant then gets summoned to the island and effectively gets kidnapped. So, and she's all right with it. The only thing she wants to do is take a shower or a bath because she just arrives in the clothes that she's in, and that's it, and just she just carries on working. She's a bit of a crazy character. But we're starting to see what this is all leading to. We're seeing Lucy back when she was younger, just before she went in, and she's with a friend, and they're getting captured. You know, this is where she goes to the institute, but then it goes back further where Lucy she gets knocked out by Nana, and that puts her in this like strange state. It makes her live through her own memories, if that makes sense. So she's practically going through her own childhood. And she ends up in an orphanage, which is why we're asking the question. Diclonians are out in the world. People seem to be aware of them in this universe. So what's all the hush hush stuff about? And why are they only locking up some of them? Because they don't have the facilities. They mention this as well. They don't have the facilities to keep them all. So there's Diclonians out there with powers and abilities. The same as the likes of Lucy, but they just exist in the world. So yeah, I've got Lucy. She's in going through her memories, and we find out that she was in an orphanage as such. And there's these wee brats of kids just being absolutely horrendous to her. She finds a puppy and keeps it, and then she tells one girl who claims to be her friend. I think this is one of the darkest episodes actually, because these wee brats basically kill her dog on her. You know, the friggin' she tells them, and they basically beat it to death in front of her. The thing is, there are kids like that. There's some evil wee bastards out there, and especially places like care homes and stuff, because they're all broken and I don't think they're good facilities, you know, for help, because they never. For the one person that might come out all right, there's too many come out worse than when they went in. So I think there's a reason why they used to be really prevalent 70s and 80s, but a lot of them got closed down because they didn't do any good. The whole thing with social services is I think it's a conversation that'll never end. How much does the government step in when families not break down, or how much is it left up to the family themselves to sort it out? What's the best approach? I don't think you'll ever get an answer for it because people at the end of the day are complicated. Is adoption better than going into an orphanage? Well, you hear horror stories of foster families not to just do it for the money and treat the kids worse than if they were in a home. So, what again? I've no answers. I'm not trying to give you one. I'm just saying it's one of them conversations of what do you do when things like that happen. You've heard a kid, they say as well, one solution is to put kids with a relative. How many kids have been fostered with a relative, like an aunt or an uncle or a cousin? And it's been worse for them because, first of all, the relative didn't want them, wasn't expecting to be taking on a kid, and then it goes wrong. Freaking messed up world we live in, isn't it? But need to say, this is Lucy unleashing her powers. She annihilates kids in the nursing home, the ones that caused her harm. And then she basically goes on the run, and this is where she meets Coda. And this is a surprise because it turns out Coda has actually met Lucy. And then you're thinking, why doesn't Coda recognize her? Because this is after she basically escapes from the orphanage. And Coda visits the particular town because it's where her cousin, where Yuka lives. So they'll just spend the summer there. Yeah, it's strange. It makes you start asking questions. What's going on? It does get explained later on, and then Coda's behavior makes sense. Good thing is, we're well, we go through this, and effectively Coda befriends Lucy, so it's not like he just met her; he actually becomes friends with her, and he's taken her out, and he has this little music box, and that's where it plays Lillian, so that's the theme tune for the show, and we hear it again, and also it's the tune Lucy hums as she escapes from the institute in the first case. So it's all coming full circle that Lucy and Coda have a relationship. So we got to ask, why doesn't Coda remember? And then why is he so detached? And we get this hint that it's because of his sister's death. But it's said, up to this point that his sister was sick. So we're starting to see that there's more pieces to this puzzle coming into place. But yeah, we'll have basically Lucy and Coda spend the summer together as friends. He goes and visit her. He likes to draw, so he goes and they meet up at the spot to play together. He takes her to the zoo. She goes crazy about seeing all the animals as if she's never seen them before. Which, once again, is another mystery of what's before Lucy went to the orphanage. Where was she? What was her upbringing? We see the sort of the dark side of Lucy too, because she imprints on Dakota, and then there's this like intense jealousy, and she thinks he's not going to turn up. So we'll see that Lucy, not just recent experience, but because of her life, is a broken person. And because she hasn't had the opportunity to heal, when she experiences something like friendship, it comes out in a dark way, because almost as if she's afraid to lose it, but maybe to save herself from losing it, she is going to sabotage it herself. Are we back?
I am back.
Sweet. I'm on reminiscence.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries.
Reminiscent. Right, we
Yeah.
are.
So basically, I'm just talking about how we find out Coda has actually met Lucy, but not just met her. He spent the summer. That they have a connection,
He did.
and
Yes.
also the connection now when Lilium's played. How Lucy got to learn the tune of Lilium, and right back to the beginning when she was escaping from the Institute, she was humming it. So we're starting to see the sort of pieces being put together, but it's not explaining why Coda today, in current time, has no recollection of Lucy
no
whatsoever.
memory of her.
Which, if you've done that, if you've spent that level of, if you had that level of friendship with someone or that intensity of friendship, you would remember, especially somebody as distinctive as Lucy.
But this is also the summer in which he told Yuka that he would be coming back, wasn't it? He'd be coming back to her, and he never came because this is the summer which is
yeah. Well, I haven't got that. Yeah, but we're also getting this. This is through Lucy's fever dream after Nana's basically punched her out. So once again, is this the unreliable narrator? This is the questions being asked. Obviously, it's revealed what happens, but it's once again, are the dots being joined in Lucy's brain as she's battling with New? The fill in the blanks. We don't 100% know. We know that the events leading up there actually got into the Institute when we see her childhood, but then this bit of her meeting Coda has all scratching our heads going, how does this happen? Because
it totally comes out of left field, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's like but yeah, it's like it reveals, like I say, it reveals the darker side, the nastiness that Lucy has inside her, and why she.
Funny enough, I was just talking about that before you.
Why she doesn't trust people.
Yep. Which once again, it's done very graphically with the wee dog and the betrayal of a friend that she put trust in. It's better to see that in a story than experience it. Once again, people will do it. We've all been betrayed by people. Betrayal is one of the worst things that can be done on someone. You're actually better facing an enemy. We're all hardwired to deal with a threat or an enemy. What we're not hardwired to deal with is the fake friend, someone who will stab you in the back. And that's always the most destructive. Many people, bad marriage, betrayal, cheating, whatever. Somebody's just after someone for their money, so their game is to take everything from them. The business deal, the business partner that's out to screw you over, the friend, the family, only after you for your will, that is part of life. And it does happen. And that's the things that destroy people. Betrayal, it's the worst thing that can be done. And that can be done in many ways. We've seen it through sexual abuse here. We've seen it through a friend, somebody who claimed to be a friend actually getting her wee dog killed, which showed affection. It's whatever format it takes in or how it resolves itself. Betrayal is the worst thing ever. It's all part of that stealing somebody's innocence. It's a form of betrayal.
It's one of the ongoing themes in this anime, though, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
But it's what am I trying to say? No, we'll come up to that a bit later. I think My train of thought has left the station. This is what food does to me, unfortunately.
Yeah, I hear. Yeah, and once again, they really come close to knuckle. The bit where they're in the pool and have to strip their clothes off to get dry.
Yes.
Like, that's, once again, close to knuckle, but at the same time, that's what kids would do.
It is. It's the kind of it's the kind of thing that children do. I mean, I've been there myself, where we've gone playing and splashing around in a local pond. I mean, you're sitting around with your clothes hanging off one of the nearest trees, waiting for them to dry, so that your mum doesn't scream at you for playing in the pond again.
Mm-hmm.
She always knew. Even though she always knew.
Of course, so you know what wet clothes are like when they're dried. They're not. It doesn't matter whether they're slightly,
crunch. We're back. Crunch.
Yep.
Give me that pint again.
It's the same as kids. Kids in school who went smoking behind the bike shed.
Yeah.
And then they tried to act like you didn't know they were smoking.
Yeah, you can tell. I think it's kind of like I think it's one of those. I think the scene of them sitting there while the clothes are dried is like it's kind of like it's emphasizing the innocence of them when they were children.
And the fact that Lucy can still have a bit of innocence despite because we don't know her we don't know how she got to the orphanage. I was saying that before you came back on.
It's like
we don't know her full story.
No, she only has. It's like she doesn't really have a backstory. It only goes as far as the orphanage.
Mm-hmm. Which once again leads to more questions. If are people aware of Diclonius?
Yeah, it's like
are more of them existent because
was she abandoned by her parents because she's a Diclonius? Because I don't think she was responsible for. I don't think she was responsible for anything that may have happened to her parents. Because
although it was brought up later that's a thing to do. But she wouldn't be so. I almost think this is the first manifestation of her powers because it would make sense. Because if she had powers before that moment, she would have used them. And she wouldn't be in an orphanage. Once again, we don't know.
It could be. It could be in a time before, because they're making fun of her because she's got horns. They're saying
but she's getting properly picked on. And I'll use the example of number 3. Number 3 was almost fully adult sentient and younger than Lucy at this time. And you wouldn't see the kids picking her. They wouldn't be alive, like in the first instance.
So is that kind of like, is that sentience, as we're calling it, something that happens when they awaken to their powers?
We don't know. It's kind of left open. We don't know enough about them. It's the same as the whole thing with the male Diclonius. We don't know enough about them.
It's like, I kind of like those gaps though.
Yeah, but that's once again, a story is a snapshot in a wider universe, and it's leaving the questions to your imagination. You fill them in yourself. They don't all have to be answered. The story goes on past this little snapshot we are taking out, which is what's pissing me off about the Alien universe. Is they're trying to wrap it all up and tie it into knots and put it into one little box.
You can't. You can't.
Instead of letting the
it's a story. Right, a story has to have enough wiggle room that you can make the viewer or the reader can make some decisions on their own.
Yeah,
there has to be some leeway for the imagination to work. If everything is like nice and tidy, like a brick wall, everything's slotting in together nice and neatly, there's no room for the imagination. There's no need for it. And
that's what storytellers have forgotten today.
I think that's boring. It's boring.
Well, think of a role-playing session. If you go by the numbers, paint by numbers, cookie cutter adventure, and you leave no room for the players to form their own story, nobody has fun.
You may as well be.
Even the GM doesn't have fun because it's not a surprise. You know what I mean? It's those surprises or wonderments. Oh, I didn't realize that was going to happen.
if you do it like that, you may as well be on your own playing a fighting fantasy book.
Yeah, and that's
Because it's like, what's going to happen next? Turn to page 36 and find out.
yeah.
It's
But even those leave you a bit of wriggle room because you can turn to page 15, make your other decision.
yeah.
But that's what I mean. There's stuff going on here, and also we're getting this flashback as Lucy / Muse effectively having a fever dream. So how much of it is reality or wishful thinking?
That's the question. That's the question, isn't
We're
it?
left
Because
with
you
that.
never know.
Mhm.
You at least at this point you don't know.
Yeah,
Because how
because
much of
we get a wee flashback to her still in the bed just to remind us that that's what this is. So it's not necessarily a flashback; it's a memory during a fever dream. And you know yourself in dreams, you don't always get it's your brain trying to process at times, so it's not a direct memory. If you're recounting events, sometimes you will do that. But we'll get to that obviously scene where basically Coda is coming to the end of his holiday and he has to go back. And that's where the question that changes everything.
so I'm going to say this is like one of the pivotal moments of the series. Lucy's question about his cousin. It's like, what was it? This cousin that you're going to the festival with. Are they a boy or a girl? And for whatever reason, Kota feels the need to lie.
Which fits right into the theme of betrayal. Betrayal, stealing of innocence. It's
because Because Lucy's glad to hear that he's going with a boy. His cousin is a boy, but doesn't believe him enough to leave it at that. So she goes down. She goes into the town to go to the festival. To see if she can find him, and she does. With Yuka, who is not a boy.
But once again, that's I don't know whether it's this universe or a Japanese thing, but if somebody says, I'm out with my cousin, like, there's no anything, if that makes sense.
She doesn't, but it's back to the betrayal again, isn't it? Because she was betrayed by her friend who told those
wee shits
little
about her
oiks,
dog.
Yeah, about her dog. So it's like, after facing something like that, is she gonna trust you at face value? Is she gonna trust Kota at face value?
I think if things it was only a matter of time anyway. Because I was saying that just for you back on again. Lucy was letting herself have a bit of happiness, but because of the darkness inside her, she's like, can I trust this? But what I don't understand is like when the scene plays out in the train, it's a whole bit why Kota. Well, I kind of understand Kota completely having a breakdown.
Yeah.
Yuka, though, not remembering any of this.
Yeah, it's kind of like
it comes to a head later on, but the fact the way she behaves the way she does.
It's just the fact that you've got Lucy standing there in the middle of this festival, surrounded by people. Like, and she realized she comes to the opinion that humanity is bad. It's like we're all liars. None of us are any good. So the hat that she's wearing to hide her horns, she takes it off, and this drunk spoke's like, "Whoa, look, she's got horns." There's two women. I can't remember what the two women says, but Lucy reacts in the way that you'd expect Lucy to react. She just massacres everyone. she just like this. She just cuts people to pieces with her vectors, and it's like, yeah, why don't Kota and Yuka remember that? It's like it's almost
know
if
they didn't.
even though they were in the scene, it's almost as if they weren't there, because the person who remembers is Kota's sister. Because it's like the who is it who's covered in blood?
Mariko?
It's
No,
yeah.
Mariko. No, not
No,
Mariko. Sorry.
Mariko is 35.
Yep.
I can never remember his sister's name, but she's only she's only in like 3 scenes.
Yeah, she's more of an idea as opposed to a character.
Wiki.
Oh god. No, I thought I had her.
Kane.
Right.
I'm reading through. I've quickly popped on Wiki and I'm reading through the plot, and it's like Kane. But yes, it's like, because it's like she's the one who later on recognizes Lucy.
Yeah, because she actually saw it.
She saw the air quotes bomb go off. Because it was like, a bomb's gone off. People have been hurt.
Quietest bomb ever.
Quietest bomb ever. Maybe just like a really loud festival. I mean, but it. Excuse me, just taking a swig of tea. Yeah. But yeah, that is the moment when Lucy turns against mankind, and it can't be long. But it doesn't cover how she went from there to being in the institute.
It does. Her friend. Remember at the very beginning of the episode, she made a friend. They had a homeless, wee homeless girl that they ended up basically surviving together. And the police chased them both down. And the friend gets shot. So the chief makes a deal with Lucy. If she hands herself in, they'll try and save her friend. Now, we don't get the full story of how they met.
I'm going to have to watch this episode again.
I'm
going to have to watch this episode again.
So that was about at the beginning. That was the deal. So this is all going through Lucy's memories when she's in the fever dream. And that was fine. We were going along. It was the bit where she then jumps back in time. So she starts off with a bit. She meets the chief. The chief makes her the deal. And then I thought the friend might have turned up, but then it turns out the friend died.
So I'm just like cheekily re-watching that moment.
So it's the scene in the warehouse. Remember, they're both there. The police have surrounded them. Girl in the black dress.
So I'm just remembering what episode this is. I've got everything open on different windows.
Reminiscence. It sort of links the beginning and Reminiscence are sort of two,
My God, I'm struggling with Windows. This is no good.
But yeah, it's basically the bit where Lucy gets captured. We'll get that scene played out.
Reminiscence 9.
And it's because the friend gets shot, who's human. And the chief makes a deal that if she hands herself in without a fight, they'll try and save her. And then we jump again, and then we see the whole Kota storyline, which then just has us scratch our heads going,
why?
How has this happened?
How does this work?
Well, we know it's repressed memory, Then all of a sudden, we understand why Kota's the way he is, and why he's slightly detached because it broke him. The actual incident broke his mind completely, and he's never recovered. And that was 8 years.
8 years ago. Oh, I see. Here we are.
Yeah, you do not see series like if they try to write this today with such a convoluted storyline, they break themselves. They'd actually write themselves into a corner.
It wouldn't work. It wouldn't work today, would it? Actually, no, because I know series with plots like this that have come out recently, but it's like it wouldn't work. It wouldn't work on this side of the world, let's say, because it's like I don't know why. Scene writers seem to be dumbing things down.
Oh, but once again, that's my argument. When you take away people's imagination, which is effectively what's happened over the last 15 years, 15 to 20 years, we've seen actually people's imaginations being stunted. There's Chris asked the question, does England, technically means the British Isles, have any quality anime or shows? We don't.
Not really, no.
It's been our actual storytelling. The best people for storytelling, as I said, in the British Isles are the Scottish. They're the ones that have actually proper storytelling folklore. The rest of us don't. In fact, that's why Lord of the Rings was such a phenomenon, because that was Tolkien trying to create English folklore. Irish folklore pre-Christian there was some of it there, but it got wiped out. It got basically replaced because everything just became, Bible related. You can actually see the change.
All the old legends.
St. Patrick.
It's like all the old legends, all the old stories that came out of Ireland, Scotland, England, and Wales are all kind of like they're all pagan stories. They're all from pre-Christianity.
Yeah, but they got effectively written over.
Yeah, they've been written over by, say, Christianity, because you don't need the old pagan legends to teach your children stories anymore, when there's this book that tells you about God and Christ who want you to behave in this way, because if you don't behave in this way, because as you're a medieval serf and your life is like nothing but toil from sun up till sundown working for your local lord, it's like going to heaven when you die is the only thing you've got to look forward to. So you've got to do exactly as it says in this book, or you're not going to make it there. So you don't need to know about you don't need to know about the giant who did this, or the monster that lives here or there, or religion just like stunts people, and it destroys what we had. It destroyed what we had.
Yeah, and that's
we also like that. We were invaded by the Romans, that destroyed a lot. We were invaded by the Normans, that destroyed even more.
No, and that's
There's
no preservation of the old stories, and
back
there's
then,
no new stories being made. They all got sort of overwritten, and then
in the past, it's all oral tradition. I mean, look at the fairies and the fairy stories, like Grimm's fairy stories and the work of Hans Christian Andersen. They're supposed to be stories which are supposed to teach you things. A lot of those are based on old European folklore, just like modernized for the era that they were for the time that they were released in.
But for some reason, like the European mainland managed to maintain a lot of folklore.
Yeah,
but the folklore in the British Isles got wiped out. I don't know what the difference was, how it happened. Are you like 9? Are you like a kid? This is the horror channel, and you might want to go find something else. We're talking about grown-up stuff here.
Does that mean I didn't have to answer that? Oh god.
Yeah,
That's all right.
yeah. We're talking about like honestly, you might want to toddle on there. I'm glad you didn't come in earlier. Oh my.
Oh, read it.
But yeah, we've got this scene and just everything comes full circle of, the theme tune, Lilium,
Yeah.
Coda, wise the way he is,
This
Lucy
is
meeting him.
this is actually one of the differences from the manga, because it's like Lucy learns the tune from a different source. Spoilers. I'm gonna have to reread the manga. Damn it! I'm gonna have to reread the manga now. Which I recommend, by the way.
Oh god, everyone's flip's sake, it's now going across all the platforms. Everyone's wanting to know what the funniest. I don't know. For fuck's sake, I'm gonna have the answer. Like, thanks. I don't know. The Crow was a bit of a funny fart of a movie. It wasn't funny. It was just. I was a short. I was actually a short. That should have been held in.
It's like that. I haven't watched the Crow movie yet.
You don't wanna.
You've managed to talk me out of it, which is quite
Watch
good.
my review instead, then you know you don't have to. Ah, dear.
But how bad can it be? Well,
let me explain. Yeah, that was a complete shart.
the worst ones are the ones that you try to. Oh, so you're kind of like.
Actually, the funniest part was I was on stream. I was playing. God, what was I playing? I was on stream for about 6 hours, and I had to nip the lane. I forgot to turn my camera or my mic off. And I
Oh,
went for a wee, and I let one loose, and it was actually her on stream from 2
wow.
rooms away.
That
was because it appeared in the chat when I came back. I was like, "What did you eat?" I'm like, "Oh shit!"
Oh my god! It's like
Do you know what? And it wasn't. You're not expecting it.
Yeah,
And it just.
it's like remember kids, eat fiber.
No, remember, kids, when you're away from keyboard, switch your microphone off. Sound travels, especially at night.
This is one of those reasons why we'll never have a wireless headset, because knowing my luck, I'd walk away to do something and forget to mute the damn thing.
Yeah, I've done that. Now I make sure I mute every time I step away, because of course it happens when you're streaming live and then people actually turned up and were like, "Yeah, you just did that." I'm like, "Oh shit! Oh well, back to the game."
Oh god, back to the review.
It's Legends or something I was playing. Path of Exile. It was during Path of Exile. That's what it was.
Whoa.
Back to those 6-hour sessions. Yeah, you need to take a break during those.
Definitely
6-7 hour game. Anyway, so we'll find out that Coda and Lucy are now connected. Not in a good way. So now we're going to see how this plays out.
And he has no memory of it.
None at all. But then Lucy has only come out a couple of times so far. And she has made no reference of knowing Coda.
But I don't. No, this is the moment where she realizes that she knows him, isn't it? Or at least this is the moment where the viewer realizes that they know each other.
Yeah, that's where we find out. And yeah, now we're waiting to see how this plays out. Because so far, Lucy has left the house every time she's come out. And she's never spoken. She's only briefly spoken to Coda on Lucy, but not really, or Yuka, but not really. They still don't know that she's Lucy. They still think she's new.
All apart from Nana, who's
Yeah.
pretty much convinced, but not doing anything.
But then she knows that it's not Lucy. She's the one that knows there's two people there. Because she can actually sense when Lucy's not there anymore. So it's actually Mayu that brings Lucy around, isn't it?
God, I'm trying to remember the episode. I only watched it yesterday.
Yeah, Mayu becomes like I don't know, she's almost like the linchpin of the household.
She's kind of holding it together, isn't she?
Yeah, because she's dealing with you, and she's also taught, given Yuka and Koda something to fix it on, and then she's met Nana, and she's the one that's brought Nana into the house and gets everything calmed down.
She's kind of she's kind of like the MVP, isn't she? It's like all these people seem to have various problems and various things going on in their past, but Mayu is pretty much the only one who has her shit together.
Yeah, and she's not had a good background, as we've already discussed.
God. She's pretty much the only reliable character we have at the moment, though.
Pretty much, because Nana isn't reliable.
Nana just doesn't know how to exist.
Yeah, so
she doesn't know how to be anything apart from a lab rat.
In fact, New functions better than Nana, and New is effectively an adult infant.
Yeah.
So yeah, Mayu's almost like the mother hen, even though technically she's not. It's meant to be Yuka, but Yuka's Yuka has no clue. I don't know what Yuka's deal is. I genuinely don't, because her love for Koda isn't a healthy love.
I'm going to say that there's a certain amount of toxicity about her, especially regarding her jealousy. It's like anybody, if anyone, if any other female doesn't have to be a grown woman gets close to Yuta, she just kind of flips off on one.
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't do it violently.
No, but there's different ways, and I would say what she does is worse, because she's the one that creates the permanent stress.
Yes, I'm going to say there's always the tension when she's there,
and that's worse than
sometimes
getting a punch in the mouth is better than
that
constant atmosphere.
Earlier on in the series, there is a bit of slapstick to it. It's like the amount of times that Kota gets slapped.
Yeah, but it's not funny anymore.
Yeah, there's just that little hint of slapstick, but it gets darker and darker, and the slapstick goes away. It actually starts being. It's the word I'm looking for. It's
abusive. It is emotional abuse with physical abuse.
Yeah,
especially when she knows his backstory, when she knows what he's went through, and the fact that he was hospitalized.
I think she does actually state sooner or later that she knows what she's doing is wrong, but she can't help it because it's how she feels about him.
But once again, that's not love.
No,
that's
obsession.
But we don't know why she's the way she is. And sometimes there's no explanation. Sometimes people are just built that way. You know, it's
I think that's it. It's never mentioned because it's kind of like she's working on the fact that she told Yuta she liked him, and that he said on the summer that he left when everything went wrong and he lost his sister and his dad. He said he was going to come back to her. So I'll be coming back to be with you, or whatever the line was. And then like 8 years later they get back together again. He's forgotten everything that happened that summer, but she's not just to remember it, she's clinging to it.
But once again, normal people, that wouldn't be a thing.
I don't know if normal applies to many of the characters in Elfin Lied.
No, but once again, it's something to explore. That's what I mean. You don't hold on, like, especially as a kid, who remembers flipping people you had a crush on when you were a kid, flipstick, you'd walk past them, not even recognize them now. You know, I couldn't even tell you. Honestly, I'd walk past somebody I went to school with now and not recognize them.
I do it all the time.
Yeah, you know, that's somebody. I've had people, obviously not, but even 10, 15 years ago, I've had people come up to me and go, "Hi, Colin," and I would just look at them and go, "Who are you?
Who the hell are you?"
You know, and just, you know, have a bunny in the headlamp sort of thing. So for Yuka to be holding on to that the way she is, but we don't know what's.
There's something unhealthy about her, but it doesn't really. It doesn't investigate. It doesn't ask the questions. Yeah, it doesn't explore it. It doesn't ask the questions that need to be answered. It doesn't give you the information to try and formulate any kind of answer to the question. But there is definitely something unhealthy going on here. I wonder if it's due to the fact that Yuka's father was her uncle.
Don't know about that.
But it's kind of like it's the only kind of like link I can find, but I can't work out why it would have this kind of reaction.
Yeah, that's a bit. But then it also explains why Koda won't commit, because he senses danger. And with his traumatic past, you know, with what he's went through with Lucy, which he seemed to be perfectly innocent, he's maybe sensing the same danger with Yuka. Hence why he is the way he is to her. Just putting that out there. It's a possibility.
Yeah. But it's kind of like, could the reason he's like so attached to New be the fact he subconsciously recognizes her as the friend he had 8 years ago when he was a child? He remembers her, but it's kind of like the trauma has been blocked out.
Yeah, but that's a repressed memory, but also the fact they would take on Mayu and Nana readily, that's actually covered. You know, that's how he copes, is by recognizing that, you know, he recognizes people in need, you know, the sort of broken aspect of them as part of himself. And his way of healing is the care. But once again, this is what I'm talking about, the whole theme of this, showing the darkest aspects of life, but also the fact that you can heal and come through it if you don't let it destroy you, and you challenge it through, or channel it through positivity. There's actually a message in this whole series, which, if you're just going, oh, there's nudity, oh, there's this in it, oh, I can't, you know, this is horrible, this is fetishizing or whatever. No, actually, it's showing you some really dark stuff, but it's also showing you how people can come through it, and then actually using positive coping mechanisms.
There's a way beyond it.
Yeah. Doesn't matter. The most horrible thing can happen to you, but you can survive.
I don't believe many people would notice that. But it's kind of like when you get to the end, perfectly functional, happy family.
But it's because it went through the crucible. You know what I mean? It's that whole, It's right back to the hero's journey. You have to have the defeat. You have to have the setback. You then have to go through the crucible, the learning phase before you can defeat the enemy. And sometimes the enemy's you. Sometimes you're the agent of your own destruction. Sometimes you're the element that's holding you back. And there's too much of today. Once again, it's lack of imagination and storytelling. It's always an external force holding people back today. Everything's somebody else's fault. And there's no introspection whatsoever anymore. And that's why we're seeing stunted growth in people. We're seeing people with no imagination today. And we're seeing the detrimental effect it's having, not just in individuals and their own well-being and growth as a human, but as our collective, as a society. We're watching it crumble right in front of us. And it's something simple as not having an imagination. That's, it's what sets us apart from other animals.
It's almost as if they don't want you to have an imagination anymore.
But there's always been that.
They just want you to toe the line and do as you're told.
But there's always been an element of that. There's always been hierarchical societies. There's always been those that, pull the reins and those that work. But the reason we got better and we got infinite is because everyone had an opportunity. If you had that brilliant idea, that's why we got, we went through the Industrial Revolution. It was because innovators, and you only get that by having imagination. And innovators came from all walks of life. But only the good, only the brilliant ideas got accepted. Only it was a meritocracy as well.
Yeah.
That is being completely stamped out now by stunting people's imagination. Just, that's this series has got me thinking, and it's when I see good storytelling, because people think, a lot of my reviews when I'm doing current stuff,
and
I'm disappointed. It's because of the storytelling aspect. The two things I always look at when I'm reviewing stuff: storytelling and characters. And I'm not seeing it today. It's not me just being, because I've seen stuff that's come out as well. It's been good, and I've explained why I've enjoyed it. But I'm seeing far too much coming out that just doesn't have those two elements.
Yeah, but it's almost like when they release something today, it almost feels it's like you have to do it as quickly as you can, as cheaply as you can. It's like there's no room. There's no room to waste time on things like storytelling elements.
But how do these things were made in effectively sweatshops when you think about it? Is that just part of the culture of the drive to get it?
It is. It's back in the day though. It's not as bad now because it's kind of. Pardon?
Was it a choice to be part of this?
Oh God, yeah. It's like you don't go into the animation industry because it's like you don't accidentally go into the animation industry. It's a choice because there's a lot of learning you have to do before. I mean, art isn't something that you can learn overnight. And it's like, I know that people say like, oh yeah, but look at the characters, they're so simplified. Yes, but in order to learn how to draw the characters, you've got to learn figuring, you've got to learn anatomy. You have to be able to draw you have to be able to draw things realistically before you can draw them in the anime style, especially to the kind of like quality and consistency that you need.
There's
for
nothing
something
simple
like
in this. These are this is good animation. This is good drawing. Like, these figures are realistic. There's only one episode where we talked about that bonus one where the bit in the kitchen that used the weird, the almost Pokemon type faces, and it was so out with the rest of us. But these are actually lifelike. Like, there's worse CGI out today.
Oh God, there's indeed.
Than these drawings. These are lifelike drawings, and that's why I made the point of, at no point during this was I aroused, not the fact that they're badly. These are well drawn, realistic,
Oh,
and the sexual
they are.
content in it
They're realistic. I
is.
mean, it's like popping off to a couple episodes time, when 35 appears, and she first walks out of her room. I mean, it's like there is nothing cartoony about hair.
No, and that's
It's like if you're talking anatomy and things like that, the character design is anatomically perfect. The only thing that isn't is the head, but heads in anime are always stylized like that.
yeah, that's their style, and you sort of go with it, but that's not. Once again, it doesn't. It's not the Genshin Impact type anime or the Pokemon type. These are adult drawings. It's in the anime style, but it's well. Look at your avatar, but the
Good on
faces have expression,
Hmm.
and there's deep. When Lucy scowls, for example, it's not the cartoony scowl. I mean, there's proper human emotions.
Oh yeah, I mean, but
What I'm saying is,
like,
if this was done in a different, in a jokey matter with the type of, this would be an erotic thriller, and you would be aroused by it, but because it's not that type of story, the story overtakes everything else, and it's a story of tragedy. So you feel, you feel the whole. That's what I felt. There's a whole tragic storyline of everyone's story that's been brought in. And also, it explains why people who have tragedies tend to bond together and bond very closely because of a shared experience and an understanding. And we're seeing this being played out.
Yes,
And that's why I just make the point of not being,
it's
the sexual
it's another
content
one of those
is a
old sayings: broken
storytelling
farms
tool.
broken.
Mhm.
It's like I don't think I don't think if they did change out the animation style, it would be considered to be erotic. There's no, I don't think, no matter how you animate it, there's nothing erotic about Elfin Lied.
No, because it's not.
It's the Elfin Lied contains a lot of nudity, yes, but it's used in such a way as to it's functional nudity.
Yes. That's what, and there is sexual content. There's a lot of it, but it's not for arousal purposes. It's for storytelling, and it works. It's so effective because it's the best way to show betrayal and vulnerability. Is because that's what it's done. And like I said, it's just brilliant. But what I'm sorry, I know I rambled on a bit there, but the point I'm making is when I encounter good storytelling like this, it just makes me think of how words went wrong. And it's nothing to do with money, it's nothing to do with effects, it's nothing to do with attractiveness of actors or characters. It's down to those fundamentals of the story, the hero. Everything boils down to the hero's journey.
Yeah.
You have your protagonist, they encounter a challenge, an evil, an adversary. They're beaten by that. They then go in their period of learning or growth. Sometimes with a mentor, most times actually with a mentor. In this case, the characters are kind of mentoring each other. They swap the roles. The chief was not ended up not being a good mentor to Nana. Mario or Mariko ended up being a mentor to Nana, but so did New, because you saw New effectively trying to teach her how to do housework. New had to be mentored, when she's developed in that sort of childlike state.
Yes.
You know what I mean? And then we'll see the roles actually changing. Who becomes a mentor and who's going through the hero's journey, and then who's coming through the other side. If that makes sense.
It makes sense.
And then we're seeing we'll sort of get the flashback to sort of Karama and his backstory. And that's where I originally thought Nana was Mariko. But now we're finding out it's not.
Damn, it's good. It's it's another one of those backstories that hits you straight in the face, though, isn't it?
And for the briefest of moments, I thought number 3 was actually Lucy. Just for the briefest of moments, until
Just for the briefest moments, because they is it me, or do Diclonian women all have red hair?
Yeah, they're basically it's a genetic anomaly, and it's a replication of itself.
Never trust a woman with red hair. God, yeah, because it's like they're because I think that's where it comes from. They're all red hair, so it's like, oh, it's like Lucy when she was a kid.
But it's done deliberately. I think this is done deliberately. Just the fact that they are, they're replicating genetically by directly interfering with human DNA to create themselves. But also, it's to keep you guessing as to who's who. It takes you a minute you have to pay attention.
I just feel like there is a lot of misdirection in this story.
Oh yeah,
in a good way.
But it's like, why not? It's not.
There's quite a lot. There's quite a lot of like the plot lines that are put in here that don't have a conclusion. It's
but
like
once again, we're part of a universe. Get concluded in another time may still be going on. That's back to what I'm saying about good storytelling. You don't have to squeeze everything in their box and put a bow around it.
It's kind of.
I'll use the Alien universe,
as
a perfect example of trying to put a bow around everything and connect everything together. Even before that, other shitty franchise, what do you call it?
I'm preaching. I'm going to start ranting about the Alien
franchise. Bump stuff, the all that kind of crap. The pews and stuff, and space wizards. They tried to tie it all in together and make everything connected, and all of a sudden, a huge universe swamps down to 5 planets.
It's like they should have messed with the love. I'm kind of sad that they did try and tie everything together in Alien.
But that's where it goes wrong, when you don't leave enough imagination and wonderment in a story, and the idea of a bigger universe that the story carries on. Like you said, you build the brick walls and you shut it all off, and then it's not an experience anymore, and then it dies. And that's what they're doing with storytelling today. So there are parts in this that aren't explained. They don't need to be, because it's part of the bigger world. And I'm fine with that. Like the Institute, we don't know how it came about. We don't know when it was first, because it already existed even when Karama and Professor Dude met.
I was going to say we know it existed
before.
We know it existed at least 8 years ago because of when Lucy was taken in.
Yes, but even before Lucy, this story is talking about Karama's story.
Yeah.
Number 3 isn't Lucy, obviously, but it's all leading to number 35.
But how?
And then the misdirect that we thought that Papa, which gets played out as well, isn't. We thought Papa might have actually been Papa, but it's not. So that misdirect from earlier on is now corrected.
There are so many loose ends. It's like there are so many loose ends that you see enough information that you can tie them together, and then the series just comes along with a big pair of scissors and goes, nope, wrong, snip.
But once again, there's always going to be loose ends in it. But if you've built a universe and you've world builded, there's always going to be loose ends.
The
point is that you tell the main story.
Where's the TTRPG of this? I mean, I'd play it.
Yeah, just imagine living in this world. But that's back to what I'm saying about good storytelling. You have those, but I wonder what happened here. You don't need it answered because it would take away from the main plot. And there's enough going on in the main plot. We're dealing with 5 main characters, plus another 4 like secondary characters, as in various antagonists and stuff that sometimes swap. You don't need to explain everything. We've plenty to be getting on with, and the fact that these are only 25-minute episodes and they've got a wealth of storytelling in them. That's another thing. I don't feel lost. I
But
didn't feel lost watching this.
I've got to be honest. I prefer the episodic approach. I prefer the TV series over a movie because it's like right. I'm going to use Akira as an example. Yeah, the Akira is what, 2 hours long,
Mhm.
right? How in order to cover that in in order to cover everything that happens in Akira in 25-minute episodes, how many episodes would you need?
I don't know. I haven't read the full manga, so.
But no, just what's shown in
Oh,
the movie.
and that would be
Hmm.
about 3 seasons.
It's like because it's I mean I like films, but films have an effect of like compressing everything down into something that you can sit and watch in one sitting.
Yes, but a good film doesn't try and compress. A good
Mm,
film tells, once again, it's a snapshot in a universe. So a film will tell a particular. So
mm.
with Akira, it's oh, for example, I've forgotten his name. Boy got crashed in the
Oh,
bike.
Canada,
Canada,
not
right?
Canada.
Not Canada.
No,
No, not it's not Canada.
Katsuo.
Sorry, Tatsuru. Right, Tatsuru. Right. We're telling Tatsuru's story in the Akira world, and it's just enough that we know what happens to him as he
Mm.
goes through this, but we don't know everything. There's a
Uh,
universe out there.
There,
So what a movie does really well, it tells that particular snapshot, but it doesn't try to explain. It world builds, it puts you
mm,
somewhere, and then takes you through a particular experience. That experience ends, that movie ends.
it is because
Now,
you need to read the Akira manga to
yep,
see
the
the bits that they missed out. But
yeah,
it's
yeah.
like,
But the question is, does the story justify? And this is where sequels can be a good idea.
mm,
If you've built a good enough world, there's another story in there.
there is another story in Akira. The
Yeah.
Tokyo,
So do you know what I'm saying? That's
the Tokyo Empire arc.
so that's what I'm trying. You know what I mean?
Mm,
That's movies are great, and that's they're telling a particular story. Where movies have got bad is they've lost, they've forgotten. Movies today have forgotten what made movies good. Books
mm.
today have forgotten what made books good.
Yeah,
That's like I said,
I,
it's all knock on
I,
effect.
I definitely agree with that. There's only certain authors I'll buy books from these days.
Yeah, because it's that's unfortunately that's why I'm so slow, because I'm super paranoid now to create my own stuff, because I'm quite a harsh critic at times.
Mm.
So I'm never more harsh than I am to myself.
Nothing wrong with being
The
a harsh
amount of stuff
critic.
I have ripped up and thrown out because it's not meeting my standards as a
Mm.
reader, I'm like, nope, you're gone. That's because I know what it's read good stories. I know what it's like, and the disappointment of seeing stuff not being told. So, like I said, it's just that this is a good story. It's done brilliantly with world building. There is a chaos to it, but the chaos makes sense with the characters, because you're not going to have stability when you're dealing with broken people.
Mm.
And we're dealing with a lot of broken people here. Some by accident, some by design. And they're in a crazy situation right now. And it's just that, it's everything's just one spark away from lighting the powder keg.
So it's just that's how it feels sometimes, isn't it? It feels as if you're just waiting for. You spend a lot of this series just waiting for the explosion, but
Yeah.
it's like it never comes, because it's always just that one step away until you get right to the end.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's we're all waiting for it, but we don't want it to happen just yet. We're having, we're enjoying the story. And there could be that time. Do you know God, what was it? I tried watching that series. It's a sci-fi one. Snowpiercer.
Yeah.
Right. It was a strange film You know what I mean? Fair enough.
Yeah.
And then they made a series out of it. And I think it got about, was it 3 episodes before they had the first disaster? And you're like, okay, so you've already had, I think it was the cows got killed or something. That's when I kind of, and okay, so you're only 3 episodes in and you're having to have the train nearly derailing or something happen to it because your story is that weak. Do you know what I'm saying? So they're having to rely on the big, that should be an end of series thing or like an end, once in a lifetime event of something happened with a train. Considering that's their main, you know the story of that, don't you? Have you seen it?
I haven't seen Snowpiercer actually.
So basically, what it is a post-apocalyptic story. Somebody built a train. It goes around the world in a continuous loop, and everyone lives on it. It's 100 cars, and it's split into there's first class, second class. It's people who can afford to get on live on this train, and depending on their social status, depends on how luxurious they live. People in the very bottom of it, that are basically the slaves, and they start a revolt, which is fine for a film, but obviously of it. But what they're relying on, not once during the film did the train derail or crash, because there's no story, but they were starting off like a murder mystery investigating thing. 3 episodes in, they had to start relying on the windows, because basically it's sub-zero temperature. So if you step out, you freeze to death. They're not even 3 episodes in. They're having to rely on disasters of the train nearly crashing or their food getting lost,
just to keep the story trundling along.
Just to keep the story going along, because of their story they had to tell was that weak, and the characters they introduced were that weak. They had to rely on the shock sort of stuff.
No,
like
that's
you're
no
3 episodes into the first season of something, and that's what you're having to rely on or bring in to bring tension and drama, and you're technically in a train with thousands of characters and different cars and different setups, and you can't tell the story with that without having to land. And I think that's one of the things they did. Can't remember how many seasons, because I stopped. I twigged on straight away what was happening, so I gave up. What was that horror series? Gotham.
Oh, yeah.
Started off with the first season. It was a crime. It was a fall of. It's supposed to be the degeneration of the city.
Yeah.
So what can you do with that? It started off with the Falcones and the Maronis, but the rise of the Penguin, the different. So there was more than enough story there, and they were telling an interesting one. You know what I mean? Young Cobblepot, how he became the criminal empire.
Yeah.
That he was, right? Season 2, what they start doing, they start introducing the Rogues Gallery and telling all their backstories. So there's straight away you're told. That's when I gave up. About 2 episodes in the second season. Their story was that weak that they had to rely on the gimmicks.
Damn.
And then it wasn't for weeks. Years later, they started doing as a Joker. I only saw the ads, the trailers, and I was glad it dipped out, because there's examples of bad storytelling, and there's massive budget live action, whatever, and they can't tell. They had to rely on gimmicks so early in. There's just 2 examples I can think of. Recently, Resident Evil, that did the TV show. I didn't even get through the first episode because it wasn't. We'll have the Umbrella Corporation. We'll have what they're playing with the T-Virus. No, what did they do? People moving to a school and being sad because the high school kids were picking on them. That's the direction they were going. They were making a high school drama.
Jesus.
Do you know what I mean? Go on.
Yeah, storytelling isn't what it definitely isn't.
Weak storytelling, weak characters. There's not, they didn't even have the confidence in the premise. They had to devolve into teeny stuff. There you go. Stranger Things, the first season, that was excellent. There was a grip and a drama. It was experiments with alternate universes, seeping into the world. You had 11 with their powers. So straight away, there's at least 10 others. So there was all sorts of directions you could have went in. Season 2, I can't remember what they did with it, but it was atrocious. And I gave up. And apparently they explained all the ones in like one scene 5 seasons in. I think there's 5 seasons of that now. But you know what I mean? They told our weakest story. The world built brilliantly. They had left enough wonderment that you could imagine what was going on with the rest. Came to the second season, there's no story left. And they completely shot out the window. So there's an example of good storytelling leading to bad because they hadn't enough story in the world to build for another season.
See, that is very possibly the reason why there's never been a second season of Elfin Lied. Because it's like I say, the story is from the manga. The manga is finished. There's never been a second season of the manga. It told the story from its beginning all the way to its conclusion. There's nothing left for the second season.
And you know what? That's fine. That's a question I asked. About anything. Is there enough story for a sequel?
See,
and you know what? If the answer is no, that's perfectly fine.
It's like if Elfin Lied was like, I don't know, an American IP, we'd probably be on 4th season, 5th season, maybe 6th season by now. It doesn't matter.
There's an example.
Yeah, it doesn't matter that the original is finished. As long as there's money to be milked out from the fans, they will continue to do it.
But then, and then they destroy. But then again, that's people are so used. People's imagination have been stunted. This is back to my original point. People now are suffering because it's having a knock-on effect. People can't create, can't imagine. And if you can't imagine, story, well, you can't solve problems. That's how innovation happens. That's how notice that we're not really progressing with technology. We're just bloating the same stuff. The same software does the thing. It just takes more power, needs more resources. We're not actually innovating anymore. We'll all have the same stupid rectangle now. That the new model is just the new model for the sake of being the new model. It doesn't do anything fantastic. We're not, innovation's actually ground to a halt.
The new Perphone 400, 3 inches bigger than the last one.
The S thing of the I thing, that's it. Just a different number. You think of the 90s when there's proper revelations going on in technology.
The Nokia 3310.
Oh, that was amazing.
It's the only mobile phone that you could club someone to death with.
But they even watched that. You watched how that progressed. In fact, Nokia did themselves because they progressed too far than the networks can handle. So they ended up falling short. But still, they led the charge. They had imagination. They tried things. Not all their models worked. They had all weird, wonderful models of phone that didn't always land, but they tried.
Yeah,
that's all stopped now.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you don't try, how so there's all sayings. If you don't try, how do you know?
Yeah, that's gone out, and that's the same with storytelling now. That's gone out the window.
Innovation of everything has just gone out the window because people don't want to experiment anymore. They just kind of are happy to exist
because they don't have imagination. The imagination's been stunted, and the thing is, I can look at this and remember a time. I'm glad I still have an imagination.
I'd hate to lose my imagination, God.
I would. It's what gets me through, and it's when I imagine solutions to problems. I don't. Life hits us all. The reason you don't break is because you can imagine a time when it wasn't like that. You can think of solutions. You know what I mean? It does have a knock-on effect. Storytelling really does help. It formulates our society. And I'm just seeing it here with us, there's that much going on, but they're managing to tie together because they've got a clear vision at the end of the day. They know what the story they're trying to tell. We're even getting as you talked about Buddha, Buddha becoming Bonda. If I even left the name there. Bando. For example, what was I doing when I typed that? You could tell I was watching at 8 o'clock in the morning.
It's
Bando.
like from someone who's been there, sitting up all night watching anime. He does know. It's not good. It's not good.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's becoming Bando from being like some psychotic, misanthropic, misanthrope. Yeah, whatever. He's now becoming like a pillar of society, cleaning the beach up for the good people who live in Kagoshima.
Yeah, as a homeless hermit living on the beach, he's become a better member of society than a crack assassin for a shady research institute. It's hilarious.
He's still as dodgy as all hell, though.
Come on, he's unhinged. That's but it would be funny seeing his backstory, but it would have to be done purely comedic.
It would. I honestly think it's like right.
It would be a completely different show to this.
I was gonna say if you just told his backstory as his backstory, the story could be even darker than Elfin Lied. So it would have to be done slapstick. You'd have to some like idiot sidekick, and it's his fault that he turned out the way it was.
Yeah, that's but then again, is that me just imagining for fun? And the story giving me enough room to do that? Does it actually need to be told?
I think it is, because I can guarantee you that in the manga it doesn't give you any more details than the anime does.
No, but you do wonder.
It's just there for you to imagine, and because they've left the wiggle room to imagine, you can do anything with his backstory that you want to.
Yeah, it doesn't mean it'll be good, but it's fun.
Yeah, it's not like nowadays where you've got like a villain in a piece, but this villain's got to have a tragic backstory to tell you, like, and everybody's got to know this. But I mean, look what they did to Darth Vader.
God, that's what
I will never forgive them from what they did to Darth Vader, because now whenever I see Darth Vader, I just see Anakin Skywalker stamping his foot because he's unhappy because this person has said that the sky is blue and everybody knows that the sky is green.
Sans course.
So the sans course. It gets everywhere. Bites into his sandwich with a crunch. It's go away, Anakin.
I just don't like that whole thing's out the window. I don't know why people still even think about it or get upset by it, or like, just it's been done for decades.
Yes.
And the fact that people still hang on, the fact there's still news articles about it, and people will watch something talking about that franchise, it's like
I was 1977, 6-year-old flea queued up for hours to watch the first movie, second one, the third one, saw the prequels.
Sorry, I missed the first one. I'm still in nappies.
There's still in 3 movies. It's as far as I'm concerned.
I got to see it on TV. I suppose I was one of the first who got to see it on TV. But yeah, I'm sorry, I'm still in my playpen. Close enough, though.
The benefits of old age. You get to see things first.
Well, that's what I mean. There's nothing today, because back to no stories being told.
It's everything. It's like I'm going to use the new Snow White that's coming out as an example. Not for any other, not for any other reason apart from the fact it's the first thing that's popped into my head. Everything today is remakes. It feels as if everything that's being shown on the big screen or the small screen, it's all remakes.
Yeah, it's the same with horror films as well.
I can't say anything because they've started remaking some anime. Some like classic television shows that were shown like in the 80s are being remade because the originals don't exist anymore.
Well, I suppose that's fair if it's.
So I don't. They're changing them. They're modernizing them, but they're not modernizing them in a way that takes away. They're still what they were. They're just cutting out some of the fluff to shorten the run, because it's like one of them was being shown. The rest I saw is 200 odd episodes long, and I think they've shortened it now that it's going to fit into 7 seasons.
Yeah, but I'm even saying with horror movies, like remake, prequel. For fuck's sake, we're getting a prequel to Rosemary's Baby. What the hell do we need that for?
Rosemary's Spunk Bubble. Great.
Era 11 never felt the need to write a prequel for Rosemary's Baby or a sequel.
But I thought the whole thing about Rosemary's Baby was Rosemary giving birth to like the child of Satan.
No, well, apparently not. There's a thing.
It's like there's how do you make a
apparently the apartment they lived in special and it needs its backstory. It's the prequel's based on the apartment they lived in.
What next? Are we going to have a prequel about the apartment that Dana lives in Ghostbusters on the corner of Spook Central?
Don't get the.
Oh my god! I'm giving them ideas. Jesus! Yeah. No! This isn't good. This isn't good.
That's like that's like a tulpa. If you put it out there in the zeitgeist, it'll appear. Oh dear.
In that case, I want a live-action Goblin Slayer just to see how bad it can be.
Cowboy Bebop.
Cowboy Bebop.
I haven't watched it.
Why did you have to go? Why did you have to go there? Look, Cowboy Bebop. I've got my Cowboy Bebop.
I'll do one better.
Cowboy Bebop.
That was an abomination.
See, we were doing so well in those, but Cowboy Bebop and Death Note. I haven't seen the live action version of Cowboy Bebop. I haven't seen the live action of Death Note. I don't need to.
I've seen Death Note.
They're going to be just as good as the live action version of Akira that's coming out.
Oh, freaking Taika Waititi. No. He can't do. He has a very specific style. Now, when on every other Thursday with Dale, obviously I'm going through what we do in the shadows and Wild and Paranormal. That's what he does best, and he's very good at it. Things like Akira, he should not touch with a 10-foot barge pole. If he can't even read a friggin' Marvel comic, what chance does he have?
See, like Hollywood needs to hire me. My job in Hollywood would be to walk around with a large plastic bag and a roll of sellotape, so that when somebody comes up with a stupid idea like an Akira live movie, I can put the plastic bag over their head and like sellotape it around the neck, and leave them there until they calm down.
Now think about what you have done.
It has to
be proper gorilla tape though.
Like if that's too brutal, it's fine. I've got a pickaxe handle. It's like, it's like, fuck, stop it. But yeah, coming next up, a live action version of Elfin Lied.
They'll never do it.
Can you imagine?
They'll never do it. The many years they couldn't do this.
Just like I can.
It would be
it just for the
15 minutes short. It would be bandos. Bando stuff. That'd be it. That's all it could show.
Having watched it, how amazed are you by the fact that this was shown uncut on British television?
I'm impressed.
It's never been shown in America because after they'd finished cutting it, the story made no sense. It's like the story didn't work. It was the story's fragmented as it is, but after with the amount they left on the cutting room floor, there was no story. There wasn't even a hint of a story.
But the story's fragmented for a reason.
It's because the story comes from like half a dozen different points of view.
Yeah,
and it's scattered randomly over 8 years.
And we're all building to the the crescendo, the actual story, how it's most of it's interlocked and some of it's by chance, but yeah, right, we meet Seda. I have to say, She was a hilarious character. And it was never meant to be, but you could just see this coming a mile off.
She's one of the best characters in it.
She's like the one that thinks she can pet the raptor.
Yeah. Everything. As far as she's concerned, everything is perfectly in control, and she is the one who's holding the reins. Unfortunately,
do you know who she is?
not really.
She's Brad Dourif's character in Alien Resurrection.
Oh God! Oh Jesus!
I was building the connection. That's who she is in this.
I'm in pain. I'm in pain now.
She knows my voice. She'll do whatever I say. She thinks I'm her mummy.
I know you're not. I know with that, like that kind of like that link, you're not wrong, but it actually, it physically hurts admitting that you're not wrong. She's great. She's like you're my mummy, aren't you?
So we're finally getting to meet 35.
35 is awesome in the fact that 35 does not actually give a single fuck.
No, she is irredeemable. She relishes what she is.
She is an absolute monster, and she revels in it.
She actually reminds me of Freddy Krueger.
I don't know. I think Freddy Krueger's quite a nice chap you could have a cup of tea with. I'm not quite sure about 35 though. It's like, are you my mummy? Yes, I am, says the woman. Yeah. Says 35. Oh no, you're not, and turns her into hamburger.
I think actually 35, for considering the fact that from birth she was stuck in a chamber, and essentially blindfolded, and the only voice she hears is Sarah, who's a bit nuts herself. Even when she gets out of the tube, like she has a tube inserted in her, like she is intravenously, like just
that tube doesn't look good.
No, she basically like one of the pods in the Matrix. That's
yeah, pretty much.
Goes in, goes out, it's spurred away. She is effectively locked in an isolation chamber.
However old she is, I think. Right, it goes back to the beginning of the story and 3 and whatnot. So I'm guessing
seven.
She's like 7, 8, something like that. She's not old. Good God.
No, she's.
But it's just
7.
The fact that she's been in that pod. She's fed by tubes. Any waste that comes out the other end is taken away by tubes. In the dark, with just this one woman's voice talking to her every day.
I think she turned out quite well.
She deserves to be a monster. It's got to be the only thing she's got going for her.
But the fact that she's fully cognitive, that doesn't get answered with any of these, to be honest, because there's no way, like Nana or the rest of them, how have they got functioning language? How have they got the high motor skills and brain function that they do and memories? Lucy, you can understand, she was part of the world, but the rest weren't. There's something more, but we don't get it answered.
It's kind of it's almost like that thing where yes, they've got higher cognitive abilities than regular people. It must be something to do with that, obviously.
Yeah, and there's a hint of telepathy as well.
Yes, in the fact that they can.
But
they could if they can sense each other, you wonder can they communicate with each other, because they never explore that.
No, breadcrumbs are left that could possibly be followed at a later date, or you can imagine. But you're not sitting going, that doesn't make sense. You're going, oh, there's a reason here. There's enough being dropped in that you think there's a logical reason why they are the way they are.
Yeah, there's reasons why, but you never ask. You never have to ask why. You don't need how does this work. You don't need like a wiki somewhere on the
Yep.
internet like you do with some of these modern franchises where you actually have to go on there to find out why
Yeah.
this
But also,
person did
the fact
that.
there's a huge chuffing research institute that doesn't know. So we're not going to know. They're trying to find it out, and they keep getting killed every time they die.
It's
Do you know what I mean? There's a
yeah.
huge on an island of its own with billions pumped in, unlimited money pumped
Yeah,
into
and
it.
it's like the
They
thing is,
can't figure out.
and it's like that they're so good. This institute is so good. There are several times where you've got people on the mainland taking the piss out of them. It's mostly those two coppers, like, but
Yep, I'm gonna get to meet them again in this
it's like
episode.
they pop
Randomly.
up. They just like randomly pop up every so often, almost as if it's just to remind you that they're there. Ah. Although, hang on,
I want to do the Monster Squad again. I want to actually want to do it with Chris sometime.
Mm.
Thank you. Enjoyed doing that. That's a good old 80s one. Yeah, anyway, yep. Good choices. That's the problem. I've said this before, I could stop watching new movies from like this moment onwards, and I still wouldn't catch up with in review everything I wanted to on this. And that would be streaming every day, twice a day. I still wouldn't catch up.
There's too much. But the problem is there's too much good stuff out there, and unfortunately, the waterfall of crap is kind of like burying it all.
Yeah, but then that's why I make a point of trying to highlight. That's why I try to highlight shows. I guess that's why I asked to do these different segments with a focus, rather than me trying to focus on everything. That's why it's great to have folks like you on board, because you know a particular area, and then what we can do is bring it to the table. So maybe if somebody's never even thought about watching this, it wouldn't even be under the radar. We're saying check it out. You know.
Oh God! If one person watching because of this, one person finds out and watches Elfin Lied, and it's like watches the story and is like gets involved in the story to the point where they find themselves at the end of the series and they go, "Do you know what? That wasn't bad. My job is done."
Yeah, and that's it. And that's what it's bringing storytelling back, and this is the only way we can do it. Is just to highlight good stories, and why. More importantly, why it's a good story, and why it's important as well, especially in horror, because there's a lot of this shit going on at the moment, especially in horror writing. People are trying to sanitize. Oh, you can't say maniac, you can't say murder, you can't say kill. Well, that's fucking the whole point of horror. That's the dark matter that gets explored. It's when things go wrong. It's the most grim stuff is what horror is about. And if you sanitize it, then what the hell is it?
And so if you sanitize it too much, it just stops being horror. Because
and there's people actively trying to do that right now.
It's like it's like horror. The word horror comes from horrific. If you take the things that are horrific out of the film, it can't be horror anymore. You may as well just sit and watch the Waltons.
Yeah, and that's once again, that's not preparing you. You're not having a full experience of emotions and life, and which is why I have to watch a comedy every so often or a romance every so often, because I have a cleanse of palate and I have the experience of other stuff, not just sitting in the horror zone. But I don't need to, because there's that. I don't need to do it as often because there's that rich and varied material in the horror realm. You can not get bored. But there are people. We did a few of us did a stream on highly sensitive people, and talked about that. Them actually coming in and wanting to rewrite horror and sanitize it and make it safe, using them sort of words, but effectively neuter it. And I'm sorry, it's not doing its job, because horror provides a vital function. It's a warning of society can go like this. The maniac is around the corner. You can bump into somebody and it's nothing that you've done. That person was just looking for an excuse. The serial killer was looking for an excuse to put you in the back of the van.
Yeah, it's like you've said before. It's like it's there as a story. It's there as a warning. It's like this is the whole purpose. Like tales were invented. I mean, it's like this is why back in like the Dark Ages, the medieval times, you'd have like the wandering minstrel going from town to town, telling stories. I mean, it's like they were the way. It was the way news was propagated around the country. It's the way. It's like by turning stories and legend into song. That's how the legends were spread. But it's kind of like it's like the oral tradition. The British. I mean, it's like you say. It still exists in Scotland. It still exists in Ireland. It still exists in Wales. But the British oral tradition, the legends, the stories that we used to have, they're gone. They're all gone. I mean, it's like
Sky's bringing it back.
Yeah,
Sky's doing a great job.
I'm thinking of the stories and things that I used to know in the past. I remember the story of the Lambton worm, but the Lambton worm is a religious story. It's a Christian story because it's like the Lambton worm is the devil, which is why the Holy Knight went and fought it, etc., etc., etc. Blah 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 blah. Put your coin in the dish as you go out. Thank you very much. It's.
We'll talk about warning. The warning of this series is you don't mess with stuff you don't know. You don't play with people's emotions. You know what I mean? That's a massive warning. This you don't. Betrayal is the biggest warning. This you betray someone to your own detriment because you don't know how it's going to come back and bite you in the arse.
It is. Elfin Lied. It's like betrayal. The entire story with Kota and Lucy. Which you could say is like the main story. It's it's the biggest, the thickest of the half a dozen or so plot lines that run through this. It's all about a betrayed friendship.
Starts off with a lie.
It starts off with a lie. It starts off with a lie. It becomes a betrayal. People die. Everyone's life is screwed over because of it.
And the whole knock-on effect, messing with forces you don't understand. Here's a new species. Let's wipe them out, but also let's keep some to study and play with.
I do wish I would like to know the actual like what the male Diclonius are there for, what their purpose is, what do they do? Are they just kind of like workers who are supposed to like support the Queen, or is that what the damn it the ones were created by the Queen whose name begins with I, like 35 and Nana, because 35 and Nana are not queens, they're more like workers that are created by the original, but it's like they can't pass on like the virus or whatever it is. So it's like being the fact they have those who are effectively like the workers. What is the purpose of the male Diclonians?
That was a story that could have carried on, but we're not. Obviously we're not going to see it, but it's there.
I do wonder if there was.
There are seeds planted that they're not just useless.
There is enough material. There's enough material in Elfin Lied for a second series. But it just never turned. It just never turned up. It never happened. No. But then again, there are cases of like manga and anime out there, which have taken a hiatus for like 20-25 years and then come back.
But you know what? That's also an example of leave it alone and only bring it back when it's right. And plus, it's not like they stop creating; they carry on the other stories. And if that's a continuous cycle, well, there you go. You've got it. That's once again, there's a reason why the shelves today are full of manga and not other comics.
One of my favorite manga, which is kind of like it's a supernatural. I suppose horror. It's more supernatural than horror. The Ancient Magus Bride. The mangaka, the lady who writes it, she's gone on a high. She's taken a break from it. She's gone on hiatus. She doesn't know how long she's going to be on a break, but she has explained that the reason she's gone on this break is simply because she's been working on it for so long. She's run out of ideas. She's left it at a place. She's left it at like the end of a storyline, but it's like she's going to come back to it. She just needs to go off and think up some new stuff for it.
And that's respectable.
Which is great, because it's like all the people, the fans, the people she works for, they've all turned around and gone, yep, no problem. Take as much time as you want. We'll wait for you. It's not like this country where it's like, no, you can't stop writing that. Go out there and write another one now because it's making money, and we want the money. So go out there and keep writing this, even if it burns you out forever.
Yeah, what do you call the horse out of Animal Farm? Boxer.
Pardon?
The horse. The
horse. Yeah, boxer.
Boxer. Yeah. Basically,
Yeah.
if you're a creative, you become boxer. You know, you work to death and then sent to the glue factory.
Yep. Animal Farm. My God. This is a book I haven't read in a long time.
God, yeah, I know. That was pretty grim too.
Animal Farm. Anyway,
we basically have 35 has been unleashed because clever people thought that easily, that's locking somebody up in a sensory deprivation tank and having no social skills is going to be a good thing with unlimited power.
They are kind of like just maintaining control though, because of their little ace in the hole. The fact that it's like when she, just after she was born, they implanted a bomb in her.
Couple of bombs.
That's
why they were able to blow her arm off. But
it's like the bomb that blows her arm off to teach her a lesson. Do as we tell you, or it gets worse. And then there's a bomb that's how powerful is that bomb?
Was that all the bombs?
Jesus, what the hell?
Yeah, but needless to say, 35 gets unleashed.
She is one of my favorite characters. She's one of the best characters in this 35 because she's just kind of it's kind of like the Diclonius. They're monsters. They want to end humanity. They're terrible. They're terrible. You've got Lucy / New, who when she's in Lucy mode is she's quite angry, but she's not she's not psychotic enough. It's like if you talk to her, she will listen to you. You've got Nana, who's basically just like a kid curious with the world. Hasn't really got a bad bone in her body, was just doing what her papa told her to. And you. And then you've got 35, who is a pure-blooded, old-fashioned kind of like height of Victorian horror monster, an absolute terror. And I honestly think she's one of the best characters in this just because of that.
Yeah, just unapologetic.
You know she's going to make a mess. You know things are going to get bad. And you know that even though they've put this system in there to control her, that she's going to break it somehow.
Yeah, left long enough, she'll figure it out, and you're in trouble. But poor Nana, she really got the sharp end, the wrong end of the deal here.
I'd like to say she kind of deserved it though.
Why is that?
Who? Karma.
Well, for teaming up with Bando and
yeah. Oh, Nana. Sorry, I thought you said. I actually thought you said Karama. Sorry.
No, I said poor Nana.
Oh, poor Nana. Not yet.
Nana gets 35's making a mess, but she's making a mess of Nana, just absolutely, and torturing her.
See, this is what proves once and for all that Nana is not one of the bad guys. Because this is kind of like it's almost like it's kind of like her redemption, isn't it? The fact that she literally offers herself up as a sacrifice to 35. to keep everyone else safe. If it wasn't for the fact that a certain someone was following her. But yeah, she Nana gets the not only does she get the short end of the stick, she gets the pointy end of the stick.
All against, flipping absolutely, and like how is she still alive? I know 35 is keeping her alive, but still, she has been battered,
Why
absolutely annihilated this entire season.
Why is 35 keeping her alive? So she can torture her a bit more.
Yeah.
Stable. At least the girl knows what she wants. But it's kind of like it's almost like a throwback to when Nana is first introduced to the story, when they send her after Lucy, knowing for a fact that she can't win against Lucy and that Lucy's going to absolutely destroy her. So it's like she's now it's like she goes up against Lucy because Papa, the man she loves as a father, the man she loves as her parent, has told her to go and do it. But now she's going to face 35 to protect Kota, who is a new father figure. Girl's got daddy issues.
Oh yeah. But we don't know her full backstory, but there's something there.
We don't, because it's like for the most part, you think that Nana is the chief's daughter.
But now we find out who the chief's daughter is, and we're like, oh dear.
It's like, whoa, yeah. It is a very good scene there where 35 and her actual Papa do meet. That is such a good scene. But
even that, Nana, before she gets thrown off the edge of the bridge, actually manages to neutralize 35.
With her Vulcan mind touch, yes.
Yeah, but
which is what. But then again, she did the same to Lucy, didn't she, earlier on?
We didn't see that fully, but we know Nana put her in the knocked her out, but we didn't actually see that bit.
Yeah, but it was the kind of
we
like
see it very clearly here what she did.
Where she takes her vector and rams its fingers to her forehead.
And hers has a different effect.
It's just a shame she didn't kind of like pry the top of 35's head off while she was doing it, really. It just saved a lot of problems later.
Yeah, but I don't think that was her. I don't think that's her ability. We haven't seen her actually destroy anything.
I don't think she's tried, but I'm not sure if she actually can, because it's like in the fight against Lucy, although she did quite a good job of beating Lucy up, she didn't actually do anything that was like, she didn't do anything as violent as the things that Lucy did to her. I mean, yes, she hit her with the vectors, but she wasn't like, she wasn't throwing half-ton gravestones and cars.
No, because she wasn't that powerful, and it was already said, but she has abilities. She obviously never honed them. She uses a battering ram and a lab rat. Lab rats were treated better than she was.
Nana's vectors are longer than Lucy's. Yes, but Nana refuses to use hers to kill almost. But then again, as I think it's pointed out earlier, she's never had to kill, whereas Lucy will happily slaughter every red shirt in the building to get out. And 35 is being kept in a giant freezer since the day she was born.
And she turned out quite well considering.
She's a very, very well-rounded girl, I thought.
What I don't get though, they're shooting at there's a bit of daftness with it. Once again, these people in the institute, they all line up to let off loads of rounds and don't hit anybody. And you're like, what are you doing? How are you missing?
Everybody fire at once. There's no way she can stop all their bullets. Yes, I'm afraid there is, as you're about to find out. And then they'll just kind of like stand there
Yeah, it's these are the only issues I have with this is the representation. Like they're almost comical. They're Laurel and Hardy style. All the security and that of the institute. Like it's not a.
I think on the
If you're meant to feel any sort of menace, you don't.
Yeah. Mm. The scene on the bridge where Kota and Nya, as it is then, come running in to save Nana. The fight between the security guard, the security unit, and Lucy. As fights go, it's not particularly exciting, is it?
No, that's what just
because they just seem to stand there as Lucy comes up to them one on one and parts them with their lives. But did you notice the bit where she draws their attention away from Kota, the bit where she like slams her vectors into the ground and jumps across to the bridge? Did you notice that they use that exact same animation again in the episode after this? Because I'm kind of like, wow, they must have been running out of money by this time. Because they either that or they thought that animation sequence was so good it was worth.
Well, it was cool actually, or moving about like that. If she's flying, but do you see the handprints?
But my favorite scene with the handprint is a couple of episodes ago when Lucy was like after the when Lucy was being bullied by the 3 kids at the orphanage, and she had the dream where there was like something was coming out of her, and she woke up and the entire room is just covered in handprints.
Mm-hmm. That's why I think that was their actual first manifestation of power.
They use the vectors very well because it's like it's an episode one where she walks past the chief and then the chief turns around to follow and there's just a bloody handprint in the middle of his back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we never found out why she didn't kill him, because obviously the agreement, he didn't save the life of her, even though she handed herself in. And she promised to make his life hell, but his life already was before he met her. And she had nothing else to take from him. And the only family he's got left's 35, and she wasn't doing a good job there.
True.
But yeah, obviously we get Kota's memories returned fully, and obviously then Kanai's death and his father's death, it all comes rushing back. Strange time for it all to happen, in the middle of a firefight with a psycho wheelchair-bound kid taking everybody apart.
Yeah, it all starts when it all starts with the incident with the scissors, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
His memories coming back because New runs out with the scissors, and the way she's holding it's almost as she's going to cut her own throat with them.
Yeah, but she cuts her hair.
When he comes out, she's cut her hair short, and she's like, what is it? I'm your sister. And that's when he suddenly has the flashback and realizes that Nya/Lucy is the person who very effectively killed his sister and father. Question though, right? While Kanai is being killed by Lucy, why is his dad just sitting there? Because it's not like it's like he gets up and says, "It's like children, stop it! Oh my god!" Notices his daughter's been ripped in two.
I think this is time slowed down. That scene. I think in the memory, it's when time comes to a standstill. I think in reality, because every time we've seen it before, it's over in like half a second. We've seen her tear through rooms. So I think that's actually what happened in real time. She just tore through them. Like he barely had a chance to set up. He probably was trying to do it in real time fast, but it got wiped out because we've seen how quickly she can do it. But in Kota's mind, that moment slowed down to fractions of a second. He took in every millisecond of the event. and that's what broke his brain. Understandably, you know, I mean, he's replaying that incident in super slow motion, and that's, you know, that's what etched into his mind, and that's the bit he had to lock away to become even remotely become a functioning human again.
Mm. Also, isn't this the episode?
Because we never saw what happened. You know, what I mean, that was the last scene, was him in the train, and then it was 8 years later.
Yeah, so we don't know what happened after.
We
But
don't know.
Isn't no, never mind.
Yeah, does that make sense? Because that's what I got from it.
It does. I'm just thinking, like, isn't this the episode with the battle on the episode with the fight on the bridge?
Yes,
Isn't
this is during the.
Yeah, isn't this episode the one where we finally see the end of Bando?
No, he doesn't get killed. Lucy didn't take him out. She should have. But no, he just gets his arm broken again, I think. No, Bando's still alive.
Because I just remember being kind of like, he jumps onto the bridge with his gun, then they jump off the bridge. She jumps after, he jumps after it, and then there's just like a scene later on where he's just kind of like lying there as a pulp in a pulp.
Yeah, but he's still alive. She doesn't kill him.
Yeah, because he's supposed. Because what's it? The chief has convinced him to kill Mariko. But instead of me and Mariko, the moment he sees Lucy, he forgets all about that and goes after Lucy instead.
Yeah. But she doesn't finish him off. She just leaves him. Because the chief's obviously, he's rescued Nana. No, yeah, it was quite a lot going on in that episode.
It does get very busy towards the end, doesn't it? I mean, it's never exactly. I mean, it's never exactly a quiet anime. I mean, you get some anime where nothing.
There's no quiet episodes. Everything is running about at least 3 storylines at the same time, and sort of 10 threads together, but even more. You know,
that's one of the things. It's like that. That's it. It leaves you enough strands that you can tie them together into something that works. Only for like an episode and a half, 2 episodes later, they just come up with a big pair of shears and just cut straight through it.
Yeah, because there's nothing here. Like, the only thing's a revelation, which I've already got, of Koda's backstory with Lucy. However, it's still left open. You know, it's just him coming to realization in real time. And there's still stuff going on that with no way, you know, it's not resolved. It's not all tied up into one box, you know.
It's like this the revelation that
sorry, I'm starting to gibber a bit here.
That's all right. What do you mean? That's all I do. It's like what's it when even though Kota seems to have now regained his memory and knows that Lucy is the one who destroyed his family, still doesn't seem to feel much hate towards her because of it.
He's not a hateful person. I think that's the takeaway from it. He's actually
needs a good slap. Yes, it's Kota.
But it gets explored. Maya is talking to God's sake. Yuka, sorry, flip's sake. What's going on with my brain?
It's all these tangled threads. It's all these tangled plot threads. That's what it is.
She's actually going through her random jealousy at the same time all this is going on. And Maya's actually explained that Kota feels the need to rescue people. That's the role he's taken on. That's the outcome of his trauma, is to do whatever he can to prevent other people going through the same. Hence why automatically, you know, Yuka can't see it because of her issues. But he's not, once again, there's no like sexual connotation with all these women around him, and he doesn't, you know, he has more than enough opportunity. He could take an advantage of anyone.
It's not like the others are taking advantage of him, really, isn't it?
Yeah, but you know what I mean? If he was that way inclined, he could take advantage of.
Oh, this right by another writer or from anyone at the studio, this has totally become a harem anime. but it's just the fact that they stayed on point with the plot. They followed, like they followed the right. They followed the creators. They follow the creator's story incredibly faithfully. It's like everything that you have seen, all the things that have made you go, that's pushing it. All the fights, all the weird plot lines, Bando being a complete nutter. It's everything in this is exactly as it's written in the anime. I say exactly as it's written in the manga until you get to about episode 11, where it deviates because that part of the manga hadn't actually been written yet.
Yeah, so makes sense, but still they didn't do it.
Which is why I say even if you've seen the anime, it's totally worth finding out and reading the manga because the ending is different. But it is. I like the attention to detail. I like the fact that they followed like the manga letter for letter as far as it went.
Yeah, and that's because that's what an adaptation is. It's taking a story from one medium and transferring it to another. That's why I have a problem with film directors.
Yeah, and see, they don't have a really good. We don't seem to have many good adaptations these days because it seems like adapting a story from a book to a big screen these days is all about sanitizing it.
Not only that, there you've got the arrogance of directors who are like, I have to put my own stamp on it and make it mine. Directors are just meant to manage the stuff appearing on screen. For some reason, they've got it in their head they're the storytellers. But they're not. They're the minstrel. They're telling somebody else's story. They're the wandering minstrel, just happens to be putting on the film. But they think they're the scribe, the writer. And I don't know where that's, and it's just hubris. But the problem with adaptations is, I have to put my spin on it. I have to make it mine. It's like, well, it wasn't yours to begin with.
It's like, no, just
do your bloody job.
Just do the job you've been given and direct the damn thing.
But then a lot of them, nepotism, lack of imagination, all the stuff we've talked about, that's why the films they're not landing, because we don't have storytellers at the moment. And it shows.
Every film that's being released these days, they all seem to be the same.
Yeah, it's sludge. It's the fast food factory. It's the same burgers, the same fries, just of a different colored box.
A lot of the blame I put on the writers, because it's like I can show you 100 different anime, each one written by a different writer, each one with an interesting original story. Whereas all the movies that are coming out today, they all look different, but they all feel the same.
And even some of the, because they use the exact same effects. So it's the same effects team, and it looks. I've seen that before, and you've seen it in the last 5 movies. That's a lot of.
I'm going to harp on about aliens again. It's like Romulus. Romulus, apart from a few small changes, has exactly the same plot as every other alien movie out there. Group of people encounter an alien, only a couple of them escape.
And you know what? I was thinking about that because when we did the review, that's fine for the cinema. It's a monster movie. Where it went wrong is they tried to instead of leaving the threads in the wonderment, Mr. Scott decided he was going to tie everything together and put a big bow around it. And guess what? It didn't work.
There's no freedom. Freedom isn't the word I'm looking for.
Wiggle room. You were talking about wiggle room in a story.
There's no sense of wonderment there.
No.
You can't sit there at the end of it and go like, do you know what? I wonder what if. Because everything sits nice and neatly inside its own little box.
But we did with the first 2 movies.
Oh God, yeah, there was so.
There was what if? What's this? Do they know? Was this done intentionally?
I mean, like Alien 3. There is enough there in Alien 3 to give you something to ponder about it. I mean, I've got to think. I think out of the Aliens films, Alien 3 has one of the best settings out of all of them. The space prison. There's so much going on. There's so much going on in there. There could be so much going on in there. It's like, what if this? What if that? It gives you something to sit there and wonder about. But it's like the modern. I mean, in a way, with the way it ended, Prometheus was the same, because I always said that the way Prometheus ended would be a great start for a television series.
Mm-hmm.
You know, with Elizabeth and David just like leaving the planet in the engineer's ship. There just doesn't seem to be a great deal of that anymore, and I think it's a massive shame, because I honestly think it's doing the audience an injustice.
Yeah, but it's also having a knock-on effect that people, if you're not being inspired, then your own imagination becomes stunted. Everything we've talked about in the last 4 hours, we're watching play out in front of us. But yeah, this was all intense. But once again, it's not all just wrapped up neatly. We'll go on to the next one. In the passing rain.
Ooh. I have some terrible news for you.
Do tell.
No Return is the last episode. Passing Rain is the OVA.
Oh, they're watching. Right.
It's like you've missed the titles a couple of times, because everything that you've written down here happens in the last episode. Yeah.
Do you know what it was? The streaming service got the titles wrong, and it was actually cross-referencing between that. So mixed up. That's why I should just put numbers, but I got them in the right order though, didn't I?
Oh god, yeah,
The
definitely
plot points.
Yeah. No Return.
Oh right.
No Return. In which Mariko, after a bit of a nap in a hospital bed, suddenly realizes she's got use of her vectors again.
Yeah, and she decides she's not going to follow any missions. She's just going to go and have fun herself.
She's just going to go and have fun, which is why she goes to the bloke who's supposed to be watching over her and convinces him to turn the bomb that's the safeguard against her going AWOL off. Well done, girl. Very talkative. Yeah. But before that, Karama to the rescue. Who is just passing underneath as a boat as Nana.
Well, he was dropping Bando off. He was dropping Bando off to take care of Lucy.
I honestly think he's one of the few good guys in this. I mean, you've got to be. He's one of the gooder guys in this story. I don't think there are any good guys in this story. There are no heroes in this story. There is no one who is innocent enough to be called a hero.
True.
Every single person in this story is a pile of crap, and they're being crapped with. They're either being jealous from each other, they're either being jealous about each other, ignoring each other, doing what other people tell them, even though they know it's wrong to each other, brutally murdering each other. There is no good in Elfin Lied. It's like every single character in this anime is massively flawed.
But aren't we all as people? Is that not what makes it relatable?
This
is taking up the extremes, but still, there's none of us that are truly good or bad. You know, we're all.
But this is a common thing that you find in anime, whereas like even the hero is a massively flawed personality. It's like you haven't got like your Superman, your Superman, your paragons of virtue, your shining light of like heroism, standing there in his shining armor with his gleaming sword, with his white horse standing behind him. They're all kind of like they're all grimy, they're all dirty, they've all got secrets that they don't want people to know.
Well,
it's like they've all got selfish reasons for doing what they're doing. They're all way more realistic than the
that's why they're relatable.
They are far more realistic than the characters you find out on this side of the world. They feel more like real people. That's again one of the things I love about anime.
Yeah, that's the other saying: a knight in shining armor armor has never had their metal tested.
Mm.
You know, it's that whole thing. That's what makes them relatable. That you can see the flaws,
Yeah,
and you can see a wee bit of yourself. Now, obviously, it's a story. It's taking the extremes. It's a fantastical world, so it doesn't have to be like for like, but you can still have enough there. And you're going, yes, I've been jealous at times. Yes, I've done this. Yes,
yeah,
blah blah
yeah.
blah.
That's it.
Those
That's
thoughts
it.
creep in.
We've all
Very
right.
human.
We've all felt jealous at times. We've all lied to our friends at times. We've all done things that everyone, no matter who they are, has done things they are ashamed of at
See the
times.
person that tells you they don't. That's why I'm always worried if people have virtue signal.
I'm too far gone to
It's like,
virtue.
what are you hiding?
If I started virtue signaling, the people who know me would laugh at me.
Yeah,
It's like no.
I couldn't do it. I feel strange. It just wouldn't be me. But here's the thing, though: the people that virtue signal, they're always hiding something.
Yes,
You always be
it's
suspicious of
I
the
always be
paragon of
suspicious.
virtue.
Yeah, always be suspicious of someone who claims never to have done anything wrong.
Yeah, or to
I will,
be
I will, I will
wholesome and
happily,
good. They're
I will happily hold my hand up and say that I am a terrible person. I've
yeah,
got,
we
I've
should
got,
have.
I've got my flaws. I've got some terrible flaws.
I was my worst up until I was like between 16 and 25. I was my worst, which is awkward, horrible, angry kid. Rub people up the wrong way. How I even had friends, I don't know.
Mm.
When I look back, I was like, awful. But you learn, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Take some of us longer than others. Certain bits you twig onto, others you don't, but that's all part of it. Never stops either. People think that you have it all figured out. Dream
Yeah.
on. You're still figuring out right there last day on the earth. If you're anyway introspective or self-aware, you're still trying to figure it all out. Never stops. But yeah, we'll have this all coming to the conclusion for the story. Obviously, the universe doesn't all close up, but the sort of number 35 is more Karama's arc closes than Lucy's, because Lucy's was left open, ambiguous. We didn't see it.
Kind of like the story. As you go through the story, switches as to who is the main character. And I actually think Karama is the main character in this episode, even though it's the last episode. Even though it's just like the last episode and it's winding everything up. Karama definitely shines in this.
Yeah, well, it's given him his story arc, closing it off. He reconciles with, he's the one that talks 35 down.
Yeah.
She knows what he's going to do. But the fact that he's picking her up and they're going to go together, sort of thing. So he's effectively picking her up, apologizing.
It's a really good, really moving little speech that the pair of them have with each other.
Yeah.
It's like you say, they both know how this is going to end.
And she could have stopped it at any time. So once again, the irredeemable monster.
Not so redeemable in the end.
Yeah, something, you know what I mean? Obviously, once again, this is a tragedy. They're all born a tragedy. It's all affected them. A whole series of events have led to this moment. So sure enough, Karama picks her up, carries her to safe distance to get the bomb activated.
Yeah, then the guy with the flip phone enters the code and the bomb in her chest goes off and kills them both. That's a damn powerful bomb considering it's fitting inside a kid's chest.
Well, it's science fiction, plus with not multiple bombs. I think he set them all off.
I think they were. They were. I think because it's like they used the bomb in her arm to blow her arm
but
off.
they must have had other,
less than. So there must have been more than one in there because just to keep her in line.
Yeah, but still powerful explosion, and it's a sci-fi. So sci-fi horror, so we're allowed to have powerful explosions. Why not? But yeah, Coda.
There's a scene between Kota and Lucy where Kota says that he understands, he remembers now that Lucy was responsible for killing his family, and that he can never forgive her for that, but he's always loved her. And then the pair of them share a kiss,
Mm-hmm.
and then Lucy goes off to fight the security team.
I'm thinking she's going to sacrifice. I don't mean it's set up that she might sacrifice herself, but we don't see it. That was actually a touching moment, and not, it was all over a misunderstanding. But once again, it's the knock-on effect of the cruelty beforehand that led to that moment. And it's all, once again, the main theme of this series is betrayal. That's what it's all down to. It's how toxic, horrible, and how betrayal has a... It's just it can be 2 or 3 generations down the line, or it can be interactions down the line that explodes.
There is so little redemption in this story. It's like most of the
it's almost like Greek tragedy, isn't it?
It's like everyone is unhappy in their own way.
Mm-hmm.
None of them really find any kind of like way out of that unhappiness, and if they die in this unhappiness. There's no. It's like only kind of like the only characters who get anything out of this are Kota, Yuka, Nana, and oh my God, what is her name?
Mayo? No.
Thank you, Mayo.
Yeah.
But it's like the main character you think is going to be Lucy. Well, nobody exactly knows what happens to Lucy, do they?
No, well, it's kind of hinted at the end that, because obviously this all takes place, it calms down, because obviously nobody investigates like a massive shootout and things blown up. And
well,
this isn't exactly a massive town.
You have to remember the only 2 people who were investigating it were those 2 policemen.
Yeah, and
I'm pretty sure when you saw like Kota and Lucy walking through like where the roadblock had been destroyed, I'm pretty sure their bodies were there.
Unless it buggered off somewhere else.
I'm sure I remember seeing that. I'm sure I remember seeing a body there in a long coat, like a long trench coat.
I need to look again, but good point actually, maybe.
But it's just
basically they go back to living their life, and
it's just kind of like, everybody at the institute's dead again. Oh, really? That's interesting. Goes back to eating his toast. There doesn't seem to be any kind of like punishment, interest. It's like nobody cares what's happening. But if you remember the festival scene when Lucy kills those people, everyone else is just walking around and doing their normal things as if nothing's happened.
It's at a time lapse. Once again, they said it was an explosion. Is this the way that they're demonstrating that this happens that quickly?
I don't know, but I've got to be honest.
They don't actually see her.
If I was at like a festival or street market, something like that, and somebody came up and said that a bomb's gone off, even if I hadn't heard it, I'd be out of there. It's like, fair enough, says I. Exit stage left.
Yes. But that was the aftermath. But when she was actually there, I think they're trying to show, without doing this stupid slow-mo thing, it's very contrived and it's done a lot. I think they're, instead of using slow-mo, they're demonstrating that she moves that quickly, that she's actually not visible when she's moving like that. Because there's a couple of times it's done that, and basically people are, don't get a chance, like even on the train. I think it's just demonstrating that she moves at such lightning speed that it is like an explosion. It just happens.
That train scene was very unrealistic. It's a train in Japan during the middle of the day, and there was only 3 people on it. So,
But the other, if it's in the outer regions, though, if you leave Tokyo,
even out in Kamakura, there's more people than that. Why is Kamakura so popular? But it's just kind of like it's like at the end, isn't it? The music's box winds down for some mysterious reason. The clock that has always been broken starts ticking. The dog starts barking.
Mm-hmm. No, she'd fix the clock.
It's the first time. It's the first time it's run, though, isn't it? It's never.
No. There was a scene.
We've seen the scene where she's like pushed the pendulum and the pendulum's ticked for a while. But it was after that she started taking the damn thing to bits, and then there's the bit where like it's like at least she's fixed the clock, and then like the bottom falls out of it.
You took it apart, but then she fixed it before she left for the bridge because it was was it Maya or Yuko? Is that Maya or Yuko noticed that it was working again? There was a brief scene. I need to go back. But before she left, it was almost like a parting gift.
But you see,
to fix the clock.
The scene I remember in the last one is
that's the very end, but
is where you have like the music box. The music box is playing Lilium. The music box stops, and then it just kind of pulls into a close up of the clock face, and there's a pause, and then it just ticks.
Yeah, and it's something that like sees appeared back at the house, because you see her shadow.
The dog barks, and there's a mysterious, familiar-looking silhouette outside the door that acts as the gate into the house.
So it's almost like she disappeared for a while to let things cool down, and then came back home. That's. But it's left the biggest because we don't. No, and you know what? I was happy with that. That was a nice way to.
It's a great way to end it because it leaves you room to ask yourself what happens next. It's like it isn't just like bang, end of story, put the lid on the box, that's it, it's finished.
No, and that's what the point of me making throughout this.
It leaves room for your imagination.
A good story builds a world that you can imagine the universe taking place after. A story is a little snapshot in the world of an instant. That's what we'll get. If a creator does it right, that world, the story might finish, but the world will linger on your head. And you'll imagine the what ifs, or where did they go? How did that pan out? And you don't always need to be told. That's the problem. That's why sequels have to be thought about carefully if you're going to do one, because unless you've got a story arc, specifically in mind, I don't agree with sequels because they mess things up. And what you've imagined is never turns out the same. It's very rare that the sequel ends up being the same.
Sequels are never as good as the original anyway.
No, and sometimes the serve as a follow-on story because there's a bit more of a story to be told, but that very rarely happens. But again, people are hardwired. They like stuff they recognize, brand recognition. Oh, let's step back in, but then they can't even do that properly today.
No, they can't.
But we will carry on our journey. We will keep looking for stories.
We'll
keep bringing them to you. I think we've got something else in mind. I'll put it in the list. So we will be back.
We'll find. There is a good story out there somewhere. There are plenty of good stories out there.
Absolutely. We'll keep finding. That's one thing. I don't just want to focus on bad stories and slagging things off and stuff.
Mm.
I want to find, show examples of good storytelling so that it'll come back. You can't destroy everything forever. We'll always. That's one thing about
No,
we're
it's
always
like
curious as humans.
everything comes in waves, doesn't it?
Mm,
And it's like at the moment, it's kind of like it's almost as if the wave has crashed on the beach. We had some really really good stuff. Now the wave has pulled back into the sea, and all we've got left is damp sand. And it's like, so it's kind of like storytelling and movies, I think in general, are going through a really 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 dry period at the moment. And it's like the people who are telling stories seem to be telling stories, but they're telling stories, but the stories have agendas.
mm. Yeah, that doesn't
And
help either. But that's I think that's just an excuse
mm,
to hide bad storytelling. It's just another method to go. You can't criticize this story
mm,
because blah 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 blah, and it's just hiding the fact that they're going through a bad spell
yeah,
and
but
hubris, nepotism.
it's only a matter of time till the next wave comes along.
Yeah, because that can't last for. It's not
Mm,
sustainable. We need, as a species, we need stories. We need our imagination filled. That, and if you take that away, that just makes people yearn for it longer. And then out of it, it's part of it's part of the hero's journey, I suppose. We'll get the
mm.
new wave of storytellers. It'll just be like another renaissance. Might take 20 or 30 years, but
Oh God, not that long. Oh please, not that long.
yeah, just if you look at the history,
Mm.
look at us as a species, that's what happens. 30, 50 years is not
Yeah,
unimaginable.
because it's got, mind you, going back to anime at the moment, anime is going through a period like that at the moment. People are complaining about some of the stories that are coming out and lackluster efforts and things. There's still plenty of good stuff being released. There's a few good series I'm watching at the moment, but it's like a lot of it is just kind of like very samey.
Because they're mass marketing. It used to be a particular
Hmm.
market and they had a certain pace. Now they've changed the pace to suit a different market.
Hmm.
And
A-
that's,
quite a lot of it is due to the stories, because it's like a lot of the story. They've started adapting a lot of like novels, and Japanese novels all seem to follow the same kind of story, unfortunately.
mm,
So it's just kind of like it's kind of like, this guy is a hero. He's a bit of a failure in this world, but for some reason he's been transported to another world where suddenly he has superpowers and he's going to fight the demon lord and kill him.
God, that's how many
A
times I've been
hundred,
told.
101 times in
Yeah.
succession, and it's just there's a lot of that about, and it's kind of like it's getting a little bit hard at the moment to find new and interesting stuff. But it's like you say, they all, everything goes through that, but it's not going to last forever. And there's a whole back catalogue, because it's like I said before, this is like Elfin Lied is 20 years old.
Mm-hmm.
So we've got, if we
Doesn't
use
feel like it.
I'm gonna say, if we use 2004, it was released 2004. I think it finished in the October. But it's like, so it literally is 20 years old this year. But it's kind of like, we've got, if we use Elfin Lied as the starting point, there's 20 years of anime to look through.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Akira was the starting point. That was what, 98?
Yeah. No,
98,
that's
88, 88.
that's a normal one. It doesn't feel old. Like you watch it and it still feels fresh.
It's timeless. Akira is quite a lot of anime have that timeless feel, because it's like the production quality is absolutely ridiculous on most of them. I mean, even the simpler styles one, the production quality is absolutely ridiculous. The stories are most of the stories are fresh and they've never been told before. So it's kind of, even something like this, it's like 20 years old. It doesn't look old. It doesn't feel old. The story feels fresh because it's not something that's been like done a million times in a million different ways.
Yeah. That's I like that. And there's plenty of room for other stories,
Mm.
we don't have to keep retreading.
Yeah.
But anyway, needless to say, we will continue and we'll try and bring out interesting stuff, and at least if we show people examples of good storytelling, then
I've got to find some examples of bad story, because so far it's three good out of three, and it's like, this is no good. People think I'm just picking the best. I may just be picking the best.
Could be, but then again, consider some of the live action stuff I've been reviewing recently. This is a welcome change.
But we're back on the pro again, aren't we?
Well, that and a few others, you know what I mean? Have been subpar. Quite a lot of stories have been. But there you go, folks. B, thanks, man, for turning up. It's great to go over this.
Always. Sorry for waffling so much.
Nah, don't worry, I do it myself. But there you go. Thanks everyone for that turned up in the chat. I hope you enjoyed it. It did go on for a bit, but we will be back. And just easy to say, until next time, keep updated the channel, do the type of things, and remember to keep it creepy, keep it horrific.